Chapter 2596. Their cultivation was the same, and the magic weapon they used, the real immortal beheading saber, would not be worse than the three-pointed, double-edged saber. The difference was their physical bodies. Yang Chen had only passed the Xian immortal tribulation, while Yang Jian had passed the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Tribulation. However, Yang Chen's Kwa-Yi's secret technique had been cultivated to the third level, while Yang Jian did not have a similar body-refining technique. Thus, the two sides were tied again. Even Yang Chen had the Tai Chi Golden Ball, a powerful protective magic weapon, which could barely be considered as having the upper hand. However, the battle was not only about cultivation and magic weapons, but also about experience. Yang Chen firmly believed that even if he had 10,000 years of experience in his previous life, plus more than 4,000 years of cultivation in this life, it was definitely not comparable to Yang Jian and Neza's hundreds of years of battle experience. In his own territory, Yang Chen did not have to worry about his own life. Then, the battle experience of Yang Jian and Neza was a tool for Yang Chen to sharpen himself. He believed that even if the two of them knew this, they would definitely be willing to fight with him to their heart's content. It was for no other reason than to teach him a good lesson to vent his anger. As a person who had died once, how could Yang Chen not understand that the promise of being hunted down by Yang Jian for 100 years was a great way for him to step down? While letting Yang Jian step down, it could also be regarded as a small lesson for Yang Chen. After all, Yang Chen was the executioner who killed the celestial dog. Now, Yang Chen was giving them a chance. Anyway, he was thick-skinned. As long as he did not die, they could do whatever they wanted in the immortal beheading platform. When Yang Chen took the immortal beheading saber and said that he had offended Yang Jian had already waved his three-pointed, double-edged saber. He jumped high and chopped down at Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen did not want to be outdone. He took the real immortal beheading saber and fought with Yang Jian. This was a battle opportunity where Yang Chen could make an unscrupulous shot, and Yang Jian could also make an unscrupulous shot. Soon Yang Jian indulged in it. Countless years of battle experience were really useful. Even if Yang Chen took the real immortal beheading saber and Yang Chen had the protection of the Tai Chi Golden Ball, Yang Jian only relied on the three-pointed, double-edged saber to turn Yang Chen into a target in a short time. Not long ago, the scene of Yang Chen beating Yang Jian was reversed. Yang Jian took the three-pointed, double-edged saber, and kept beating Yang Chen baseball. No matter how powerful Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber was, it could not stop Yang Jian's all-pervasive attack. The Tai Chi Golden Ball had indeed become a ball. It could barely protect Yang Chen's body from being beaten too hard. Occasionally, Yang Chen could also fight back. However, that was only by chance. No matter how well Yang Chen protected himself, no matter how hard Yang Chen resisted, he could not stop Yang Jian's attack. The violent beating lasted for more than a month. After more than a month, even if Yang Chen had the Dragon Palace to replenish his spiritual power, he could not bear it any longer. Yang Jian's cultivation was suppressed, but his total spiritual power was still at the level of the peak infinite tribulation true immortal. He almost did not feel tired. Even if he could not absorb any spiritual power in the immortal beheading platform, he did not have to worry about not having enough spiritual power to deal with Yang Chen, who was at the intermediate golden immortal stage. Stop. After Yang Chen was sent flying and fell heavily on the ground, he finally found a chance to shout, "I can't take it anymore, let me have a rest." The battle with Yang Jian was not evenly matched at all. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen had been abused for more than a month. Both his body and spirit had reached the limit, and he needed a rest. Yang Jian stopped the attack decisively. To be honest, he had vented his anger by beating Yang Chen for more than a month. Every pore on his body felt comfortable. Anyway, there was still a long time to go. He could let Yang Chen have a rest and then continue to beat him. As Yang Chen thought, a guy who was tied up and could not move flew to the immortal beheading platform. Yang Chen jumped up and casually said that every debt had its debtor. Then, he chopped off the head of the unlucky celestial immortal whose name he did not even know. How could there be no blood when the real immortal beheading saber was used? While Yang Chen stopped, Neza could not hold back anymore. He flew forward and replaced Yang Chen's position. He shouted at young Jen, activated his 3 heads and 6 arms, and fought with young Jen. Neza and young Jen were both good. At their level, how could they have a chance to fight to their heart's content? Only in the immortal beheading platform, where their cultivation was suppressed to the same middle stage golden immortal, and they did not have to worry about the leakage of their aura, nor did they have to worry about breaking things around them, could they enjoy themselves. They had long wanted to fight to their heart's content. Now that they had this opportunity, how could they let it go? There was no hatred between them. They just appreciated each other and wanted to fight. Now that there was a chance, they would naturally fight to their heart's content. When fighting with young Jen could be completely playful. But when facing Neza, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not be more serious. It was no longer a case of one side being abused by the other without any chance to fight back. The two were evenly matched, and the fight was unusually lively and brilliant. Young Chen's eyes had long been attracted by the battle between young Jen and Neza, and even he was very unkind to record the battle between the two with a jade slip. Even if he showed the battle scene of such an expert to his wives and concubines, it would still be a rare battle experience. If it was in the sect, only the disciples with the highest contribution to the sect would be qualified to see it. Both Neza and young Jen, at their level, it was really hard to find an opponent. It was a little lonely at the top. Unless it was something like the rebellion in the heavenly court, they would not fight with all their strength. Usually, they would not have such a chance. Now that the two were fighting excitedly, they used all kinds of small tricks without any scruples. The more they fought, the more comfortable they felt. They couldn't help but laugh while fighting. It was really too enjoyable. Young Chen watched and learned from the side, secretly recording. He was also very busy, completely ignoring the red and purple patches on his face. Those were the souvenirs left by young Jen for young Chen. They were also his retribution for beating young Jen up before. I'm rich, young Chen muttered and kept recording. The more he watched, the more excited he became. The two's movements were too fast. Sometimes, even with young Chen's comprehension ability, he couldn't appreciate the subtlety of it. He could only record it first and slowly comprehend it in the future when he had time. While excited, young Chen was also regretting. If he had known that he could control the immortal beheading platform to this level, he would have waited for Ancestor Lu to come back and enter together. He believed that if the 3 of them fought together, it would definitely make young Chen happy. This time, entering the immortal beheading platform was really profitable. Chapter 2597. Young Jen and Neza had been fighting for more than a month and they didn't show any signs of stopping. The two of them were also having a good time. With such a degree of suppression, even if their attacks landed on each other, it wouldn't cause much damage. It was really rare in the celestial world to be able to let them do whatever they wanted without any scruples. Young Jen and Neza only stopped when young Chen asked them to stop and let the 2 seniors take a break. Young Chen didn't dare to be slow and immediately opened up the square of the Dragon Palace. There was enough good wine but no good dishes. He could only grab some 10,000-year-old ginseng and ganoderma as a side dish to serve the 2 seniors first. If he had known earlier, he would have left a few maidservants of Madame by here. Young Chen didn't need to do these things himself. However, before entering the immortal slaying platform, young Chen wasn't sure how good he could control it. The only trump card he could use to guide them was that he would definitely be able to leave after refining the immortal slaying platform. It was too late to regret now. He couldn't go out and ask them to come in. He definitely couldn't go out now. However, even if he could go out now, young Chen wouldn't be willing to go out even if he was beaten to death. If he missed this opportunity, what other opportunity would there be for young Jen and Neza to teach him? Don't look at young Jen beating himself very hard, but every time young Jen made a move, young Chen could see it clearly. How he was hit and how he couldn't avoid it was very clear. Young Chen wasn't a fool. How could he not understand that young Jen wanted to help him? No one who reached a high position in the celestial world was a fool. Putting everything else aside, just Neza and Ancestor Lu were enough to make young Jen smart enough to give them face. Moreover, there was also Neza, who was even stronger than these two, who had yet to be mentioned. Obviously, Yang Jian wasn't a fool. After eating and resting, Yang Chen immediately changed his target to Neza. He wanted to challenge Neza. Neza was feeling that he had not fought to his heart's content. Coincidentally, Yang Chen had relied on the Dao ancestor to force him to give up on killing Yang Chen after failing to succeed in 3 strikes. He was also holding back his anger. If he had this opportunity, why would he not take it back? Therefore, Yang Chen became Neza's baseball again. This time, there were 3 baseball bats, the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, and the armillary sash. Back then, these 3 super magic treasures attacked Yang Chen once each time. But at that time, Neza's injury was so serious that he almost couldn't save Yang Chen. Only then did they unleash their true power. Even the yin-yang wind-fire wheel gave Yang Chen countless memories of pain to the bone marrow. When Neza truly unleashed his power, even 100 Yang Chens wouldn't be enough to stop him. Just like when he faced Yang Jian, Yang Chen had almost no strength to resist. The days in the immortal slaying platform became regular. Basically, Yang Chen was a target that Yang Jian and Neza took turns to beat up. Every time, either of them would beat him up until he couldn't take it anymore and shouted to stop. His days were miserable. However, what was even more terrifying were the hundreds of prisoners on death row who were tied up in the square. They were just greedy ghosts who had come from the spiritual world. However, every time Yang Chen used the immortal slaying saber, he would randomly pick out one of them and behead him without saying anything. Of course, it was fun to watch Yang Chen get beaten up. However, after they were satisfied with the sight, it would be their disaster. After beating up Yang Chen, Yang Jian and Neza would compete with each other and fight to their heart's content. They hadn't had an opponent for a long time. When they met an evenly matched opponent, their frozen realm even began to loosen and showed signs of improvement. Yang Chen learned a lot from Yang Jian and Neza, and Yang Jian and Neza could also improve their cultivation by comparing with each other. After a few rounds, the 3 of them completely agreed that it was really the right choice to enter the immortal slaying platform. Presumably, apart from absorbing the combat experience of Yang Jian and Neza, Yang Chen also got an unexpected surprise. After coming to the immortal world, it was as if the medicinal power of the heavenly essence pill no longer existed, and the improvement of his cultivation was not fast at all. Although Yang Chen's improvement of cultivation was faster than 99% of the cultivators, it was completely incomparable to when he was in the spiritual world. Yang Chen could understand this. After all, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to improve. The difficulty of advancing from an earth immortal to a heaven immortal was completely different from that of advancing from an early-stage golden immortal to a mid-stage golden immortal. However, after being beaten up by Yang Jian and Neza, the medicinal power of the heavenly essence pill in Yang Chen's body seemed to be stimulated. The more he was beaten up, the more surging power Yang Chen could feel in his body. This was an unexpected surprise for Yang Chen. After being beaten up so many times, Yang Chen certainly made some progress. After countless rounds, Yang Chen finally had some effective counterattacks in the process of being beaten up and abused. If Yang Chen could have an effective counterattack once in 10,000 attacks before, now he could fight back once in 100 attacks. Yang Jian and Neza were also very surprised. Yang Chen was like a huge living sponge, absorbing their combat experience crazily and combining it with his own reality to use it in battle. Neza was fine as he had always been a loner, but Yang Jian was extremely amazed. The 6 Maishan brothers were also taught a lot by Yang Jian, but compared to Yang Chen, their comprehension was like a group of people on the ground and one in the sky. As for those who were personally enlightened by him, not to mention, compared with Yang Chen, those guys were completely elm knots. It must be known that Yang Jian never said a word in the process of the battle, and personally carried out a word of advice. It was with the feeling in the process of the battle that Yang Chen could comprehend to this point, which made Yang Jian very tempted. If there was such a disciple, how many things could be saved? Neza had the same thought as Yang Jian. Facing such a talented junior, this was the first time he had the idea of accepting a disciple. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was already a disciple of Lu Oxnosed and was his disciple's grand disciple. Neza couldn't snatch Lu Oxnosed's disciple's grand disciple because it wasn't worth it for a disciple to be a few generations lower than Lu Oxnosed. It was in this tacit understanding of the battle and the process of teaching each other that everyone gained something. Yang Chen was happy that he was able to be guided by two top-grade powerful beings. At the same time, he also delightfully found that both his Kwa Yi's secret knowledge and Taiji Golden Ball had been improved to different extents. This was another surprise. As long as he fought, he would be beaten up day and night, and not a single part of his body could escape from being beaten up. In this situation, it was simply like two powerful experts were fighting against Yang Chen. Kwa Yi's secret body refining cultivation method, it would be strange if it didn't improve. Chapter 2598. The same principle applied to the Tai Chi Golden Ball. The Tai Chi Golden Ball had been a protective magic weapon since it appeared in the world, and it was closely integrated with Yang Chen's body. This was something that Yang Jian and Neza's protective magic weapons could not compare with. All magic weapons could be repaired or even improved after being damaged by external forces, and the Tai Chi Golden Ball was no exception. However, unlike ordinary protective magic weapons, the Tai Chi Golden Ball was half integrated with Yang Chen's body. As long as Yang Chen's body was still there, the magic weapon could be repaired at any time. Compared with ordinary magic weapons that needed to be refined and repaired, it was many times more powerful. Yang Chen's cultivation was improving, his fighting experience was increasing, and the protection of the Tai Chi Golden Ball was also improving. Not only did the protection ability improve, but also the fighting experience that Yang Chen learned from Yang Jian and Neza. He was very particular about which places to focus on and which places could be ignored. In the past, the Tai Chi Golden Ball was an all-round protection. Now, after Yang Chen regained control, it became a focused protection. Not only did it save Yang Chen's spiritual power, but its protection ability was also greatly improved. In the battle, Yang Chen could now make sure that at least half of the attacks of Yang Jian and Neza fell on the Tai Chi Golden Ball, which was the key part of the Golden Ball's protection. If the level of the Tai Chi Golden Ball was not too low, and Yang Chen's cultivation was too low, it would not be difficult for him to block the attacks of the three-point double-edged sword and the fire-tipped spear. Another improvement that surprised Yang Chen was the cultivation of his divine sense. Inside the immortal executioner's divine sense, neither Yang Jian nor Neza could detect far. This was the limitation of the immortal executioner's divine sense. But for Yang Chen, this limitation was meaningless. No matter how powerful the immortal executioner's divine sense was, it could not suppress him. In order to guard against Yang Jian and Neza's omnidirectional attacks, Yang Chen also used all his divine sense threads. They were extremely sharp in order to capture the attack trajectory of the two masters, so that he could judge the landing point in advance and defend. However, the actions of the two fellows were too fast. Even with the help of his spiritual awareness to help him cheat, Yang Chen could not seize the initiative. On the contrary, in the process of this frequent attack, his spiritual sense was tempered like never before. The result of the tempering was that after a few decades, Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation finally had another breakthrough, from the late stage of Almighty Immortal to the peak of Almighty Immortal. Fighting day and night, Yang Chen's battle experience, combat power, and cultivation soared. At the same time, the refinement of the immortal slaying platform was also carried out in an orderly manner. Yang Chen's natal magic treasure, the immortal slaying saber, had always been placed on the twin dragons of the real immortal slaying saber. Relying on the power of the immortal slaying platform itself to nourish the fake immortal slaying saber, Yang Chen's second primordial spirit was also able to come into contact with the immortal slaying platform from a close distance. Not long after Yang Chen ascended to the immortal realm, he had initially refined the entrance to the immortal realm. At that time, he had even alarmed Neza, who was hiding in the archway. As long as the initial refinement was completed, Yang Chen's second primordial spirit could refine the immortal slaying platform at any time and anywhere. For so many years, the second primordial spirit had never stopped this work. Under the effect of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual sense, the refining work was not slow. After Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation improved, the refining work became faster and faster. At the same time, it was placed on the twin dragons, so that the second primordial spirit could refine the immortal slaying platform at the closest distance, without the loss of distance, and the refining efficiency was also greatly improved. With this two-pronged approach, Yang Chen saw the hope of refining the immortal slaying platform faster. However, it was only a hope. The immortal slaying platform in the immortal realm was so powerful that after entering the immortal slaying platform for decades, Yang Chen could only refine about 1/10 of the progress. According to this refining speed, it was impossible to refine it within 100 years. If he could not refine the immortal slaying platform, it meant that he would not be able to get out within 100 years. Conservatively, from the time he entered the immortal slaying platform, it would take at least 500 years for Yang Chen to completely refine the immortal slaying platform. After Yang Chen knew about this matter, he also had to communicate with the two seniors, Yang Ku and Neza. He had to let them know. Otherwise, if he let them know that he had cheated them for hundreds of years, he didn't know how furious they would be. When that time came, Yang Chen would definitely not be able to get away with it. Anyway, he would definitely be beaten and abused for hundreds of years. Yang Chen was also straightforward. After figuring it out, he immediately explained the situation to the two seniors, Yang Jian and Neza. Hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Yang Jian fell silent for a moment. No one knew what he was thinking, but Neza looked like he didn't care. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my injuries haven't healed yet. I can take this opportunity to recuperate. Neza indeed didn't care, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and said, I haven't treated my injuries for a long time. I was so excited that I forgot about it. Hurry, take out your pill furnace. As Yang Chen took out the pill furnace to help Neza heal, Yang Jian's attention was also attracted. He had never seen such a novel healing method. He didn't understand it, so he deliberately asked about it. Only after hearing this incredible healing method from Yang Chen, he couldn't help but be amazed. Yang Jian was also a knowledgeable person. He soon discovered that the 3-star alchemy furnace was actually made by Fu Lushu himself, and he became interested in it. After hearing about Yang Chen's great achievements in alchemy, he directly asked Yang Chen to help him refine healing elixirs. Yang Jian had as many ordinary elixirs as he wanted. There were also a few excellent alchemy masters among so many people, but they had not entered the 9th level alchemy master. However, the same 8th grade alchemy master, the level of the ordinary 8th grade alchemy master and Yang Chen were too far apart. When Yang Chen carefully refined the 8th level internal inspection liquid for Yang Jian to use, Yang Jian's injuries quickly improved in a short time, and the effect was almost immediate. After this time, Yang Jian didn't even ask for healing elixirs. He also wanted to experience Neza's healing method. Every time Yang Chen healed Neza, Yang Jian would also enter the alchemy furnace to be refined. They were all masters. Who didn't know? After being refined in the alchemy furnace of Fu Lushu for hundreds of years, he would more or less be contaminated with some aura of Fu Lushu. Even Yang Jian wouldn't complain about this kind of good thing. During the days of fighting, there were many healing processes. The time when Yang Chen was beaten was relatively much shorter. But the combat experience was not reduced at all. All of it was absorbed by Yang Chen crazily. As time went by, Yang Chen's cultivation was getting higher and higher. Yang Jian and Neza's injuries were getting closer and closer to recovery, and more parts of the immortal beheading stage were being refined. Chapter 2599. Every time Yang Chen fought with Neza or Yang Jian, he would randomly kill a condemned prisoner who was tied up in the immortal beheading platform. These guys brought this upon themselves. When they were in the spiritual realm, they coveted the immortal beheading saber that they saw at the corpse disposal entrance. They entered the immortal beheading platform of their own accord. So far, there were only 4 people in the immortal realm who dared to enter the immortal beheading platform. One was Yang Chen, another was Yang Jian, another was Neza, and the last one was the Dao ancestor. These guys dared to rush into such a dangerous place recklessly. If they didn't die, who else would? Be it Yang Jian or Neza, they didn't even look at these guys. They were just a group of people who were about to die. There was no need to pay attention to them. As for why Yang Chen wanted to kill them after the fight, It was because the immortal beheading saber would definitely see blood when it was used. The immortal beheading saber in the immortal beheading platform deserved this treatment. However, there was one guy that Yang Chen didn't touch. When he was the last one left, Yang Chen seemed to think of it and brought the guy in front of him. In the immortal beheading platform, it was too easy. As long as Yang Chen thought about it, he could do it. The Zhao family? Yang Chen asked the guy who was on the verge of collapse in a relaxed manner. This guy's cultivation was very high. He was a golden immortal, and he was definitely a golden immortal who had passed the tribulation. There shouldn't be any golden immortals in the immortal realm who would be stupid enough to enter the immortal beheading platform. The few exceptions were almost all here. So, this guy could only come from the corpse disposal entrance in the spiritual realm. Yang Chen knew the identities of the golden immortals who had passed the tribulation in the lower world from all the major sect, but he didn't know this guy. Apart from the Zhao family, could there be other forces? Not to mention Yang Chen's current cultivation, just the obvious characteristics of Yang Jian and Neza were enough to make anyone who had stayed in the immortal realm and seen them for a long time unable to recognize them. At the thought of facing these two ferocious people, no matter how strong his nerves were, how long could he remain tense? This wasn't something that had happened in just a day or two. First, they had been trapped in the immortal slaying plateau, then bound and unable to move for over 1,000 years. It wasn't easy for them to see a few people, two of whom were peerless villains from the immortal world, and the other was a notorious executioner. Seeing these people, no matter how powerful they would still lose half of their souls. If that was all, it would have been fine. The problem was that in the next 100 years, every time Yang Chen made a move, he would randomly pick out an unlucky fellow. Without asking about the cause and effect, he would behead the person for every debt. He did not even have the chance to beg for mercy. He watched this scene for hundreds or even thousands of times in a row. He was worried that he would be the next one, especially when it was his turn. Especially when the people around him decreased one by one until he was the only one left, that kind of fear would be magnified to the greatest. Therefore, when his figure directly appeared on the high platform of the immortal slaying platform, even a golden immortal who was undergoing tribulation was on the verge of collapse. Yes, under the gaze of the three villains, the only surviving prisoner finally had a chance to speak, and he admitted it without hesitation. What is the Zhao family planning? Yang Chen asked quickly. He wanted to know as much as he could while this guy was on the verge of collapse. Where is the Zhao family hiding in the immortal world? In a half-days, the golden immortal of the Zhao family finally revealed many facts that shocked even Yang Jian and Neza. Since this golden immortal was sent to the spiritual world as a confidant, he was definitely a real core disciple of the Zhao family. It was very normal for him to know some things that others did not. However, when this confidant of the Zhao family revealed the Zhao family's plan, even Yang Jian and Neza were shocked speechless. The innumerable tribulation true immortal was the limit of cultivation that Yang Chen knew before. No matter how powerful the experts he had seen, Yang Jian, Neza, Ancestor Lu, and so on, were all in this range. However, once again, a word that Neza accidentally said caught Yang Chen's attention for a long time. That word was called becoming a sage. He accidentally said it when he was talking about Ancestor Lu's arrangement. Yang Chen understood that the innumerable tribulation true immortal was not the peak. At least there was a sage realm above it. Now, Yang Chen knew that there was a sage realm above the innumerable tribulation true immortal. In the whole immortal world, it was estimated that only the Dao ancestor could reach this realm. But that might be in the past. The current Dao ancestor also cultivated all the way from the mortal world and had not reached that level yet. That was a realm that all experts who reached the peak of the innumerable tribulation true immortal dreamed of. However, that realm was not something that could be reached through cultivation. It required an unimaginable amount of merit. Yang Chen suddenly regretted. If he did not give the merit to the Dao ancestor, would he be able to become a sage immediately after ascending to the immortal world? But in the blink of an eye, Yang Chen returned to normal. There was nothing to regret. It was too easy to get that kind of merit. If becoming a sage was so easy, would people like Yang Jian, Neza, and Ancestor Lu be unable to find a way? Would the Tao ancestor be willing to be killed for no reason? And the three realms that Yang Chen knew were not just the three realms. At least, Yang Chen knew that there was a demon realm and a monster realm. They were not in the mortal world, the spiritual world, and the immortal world, but they were connected to one of the three realms. And these two realms had been taken by Gong Sunling and refined in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. Be it the demon realm or the monster realm, they were real realms. Although the geographical map of mountains and rivers was not comparable to the complete three realms, it could be called 2.5 realms. The mortal world and the spiritual world were connected by a realm, and the immortal world was no exception. Yang Jian and Neza vaguely knew that it should be called the Holy Realm, which was the realm where the sages lived. The Zhao family did not want the Holy Realm. To be honest, the Zhao family was not stupid enough to challenge the experts of the Holy Realm. But by chance, they found another independent world in the immortal world. In other words, it was not an independent world, but just a half-world. However, this was enough to make the Zhao family wild with joy. What made them even more ecstatic was that this half-world was very likely to transform into a complete realm. And to transform from a half-world to a complete realm, some extremely harsh conditions were needed, so harsh that it was almost the same as challenging the sages of the Holy Realm. But at that time, the ancestors of the Zhao family suddenly realized that a big shot in the immortal world had made a fatal mistake, and injected demon qi into the demon realm and the monster realm. Suddenly, the harsh conditions didn't seem so harsh anymore. The golden immortal expert did not know how the transformation was going to happen, and what the conditions were. He was only a golden immortal, a core disciple, and was not qualified to know more secrets. However, he vaguely knew that the upheaval of the heavenly court was definitely related to the Zhao family. There was the shadow of the Zhao family hidden deeply behind it. Chapter 2600. Unfortunately, this disciple of the Zhao family only knew so much. Even though he was a core disciple of Zhao family, his cultivation level was still too low. He couldn't know more inside information. In fact, he already knew enough. It should be noted that the mission that he was sent to the spiritual realm back then was to completely control the spiritual realm and lead the spiritual realm's Zhao family to glory. As a result, it was destroyed by Yang Chen. What was even more unfortunate was that when he felt that he wanted to snatch Yang Chen's super magic weapon with his golden immortal status, he sent himself to the immortal executioner platform. Yang Chen didn't have the right to speak about the truth of the heavenly court's upheaval back then. Even Yang Jian and Neza didn't know much about it. To be honest, Neza didn't care about big or small things in the celestial world back then. Yang Jian had many friends, but only the Maishan 6 brothers. The others weren't worth his attention. The grass gods were only there to take care of them. If the new heavenly court's experts hadn't attacked, they wouldn't have even planned on attacking. What did the change of the old and new heavenly court have to do with Yang Jian and Neza? They never cared. If the new heavenly court hadn't attacked them, they wouldn't have attacked at all. Maybe they were afraid and thought pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li and Neza were father and son, so Neza would definitely attack. They thought Jade Emperor and Yang Jian were uncle and nephew, so Neza would definitely attack. Clearly, they didn't understand these two super experts well enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a stupid attack. Not only did they lose a large number of experts, they also provoked 2 terrifying calamities. Be it Yang Jian or Neza, even though they hadn't taken any revenge on the new heavenly court yet, Yang Chen knew very well that their injuries hadn't fully recovered. Also, the existence of Big Kuan attracted their attention. That was why the new heavenly court was safe until now. If they waited until these 2 things were done, the new heavenly court would probably be in a state of chaos. It was hard to say if Yang Jian would avoid the strong points and attack the weak points. However, Neza had completely understood the sinister methods that he had learned from Yang Chen. He did not need to do anything to kill people. The new heavenly courts were in trouble. They would never foolishly fight to the death with a large number of experts again. They would definitely use an unimaginable method to make the experts of the new heavenly court unable to eat and sleep in peace. They didn't get more information, but Yang Chen and Neza could guess some of it. At the very least, He believed that if the Zhao family really made that half-world into a complete world, it would definitely play an important role. From the looks of it, the Zhao family in the immortal world had not made any earth-shattering moves for revenge. As long as Huoxue could solve this problem, perhaps the battle of the immortal world would come to an end. Yang Chen had several suspicions in his heart, but he didn't have any concrete clues. Perhaps he needed to have a detailed chat with Big Brother Li Cheng after going out. Speaking of Big Brother Li Cheng, the new expert who grew up with the divine sense seed left by the Dao ancestor had gone somewhere. There had been no news for a long time. It was said that he went to find a big shot. Yang Chen couldn't be sure which big shot didn't die in the upheaval of the heavenly court. However, he believed that when Big Brother Li Cheng returned, it would be the day when the mystery would be revealed. The last death row prisoner in the immortal beheading platform was also useless. He could only get his head chopped off. It was just a question, but apart from Yang Jian and Neza, Yang Chen wouldn't allow anyone who entered the immortal beheading platform to leave alive. Basically, by now, about 1/5 of the immortal beheading platform had been refined. Even if Yang Chen didn't use the immortal beheading saber in the immortal beheading platform and only used his natal magic treasure, it wouldn't be too far behind in the battle with Yang Jian and Neza. If he didn't want to be beaten badly in the later battles, there was only one way for Yang Chen, and that was to constantly improve his strength. With the main hall square in the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen and the other two didn't have to worry about the lack of spiritual power even in the immortal beheading platform. Regarding this, even Neza, who had always been at odds with the dragon race, was very appreciative. The things refined by these long worms are really good. Neza praised, ignoring the surprised gazes of Yang Jian and the other two. Such words of praise for the dragon race would never come out of Neza's mouth in the past. Now, Neza said it so naturally. Although the title was still extremely belittling, there had been a lot of changes in his attitude. Perhaps all this had something to do with Yang Chen. At least, Yang Jian had beaten Yang Chen for so many years, so he still appreciated Yang Chen's resilience. Not to mention anything else, just that Yang Jian dared to attack him before entering the immortal beheading platform made Yang Jian think highly of him. It wasn't that Yang Jian was addicted to being beaten, but he appreciated Yang Chen's character of being willing to be cut into pieces and drag the emperor down. If it had been someone else, Yang Jian would not have dared to make a move in front of him. Previously, Yang Jian had witnessed thousands of people attacking him together. Moreover, those guys were at least at the level of infinite tribulation true immortal. Although Yang Chen's estimation was wrong, and Yang Chen, Neza and Yang Jian were all trapped in the immortal beheading platform, they didn't mind staying inside for a while since they had the Fulushu 3 Stars alchemy furnace to help them heal and absorb some of the aura of the 3 stars. Anyway, it was safe enough inside. No matter how many experts there were, unless they were like Yang Chen, who would dare to come in casually. As for whether there would be other outsiders trying to refine the immortal beheading platform, it was not considered at all for the time being. Even someone as bold as Neza didn't dare to covet the immortal beheading platform. Only Yang Chen, who had ascended all the way from the mortal world, would have such a ridiculous idea. Although he had now refined it to the later stage, no matter who heard this idea, they would have a common understanding that it was absolutely a suicidal idea. Since they couldn't get out, Yang Jian and Neza were happy to enjoy the 3-star alchemy furnace's healing and give Yang Chen some advice. In this situation, Yang Chen's cultivation increased rapidly. The efficacy of the primordial elixir was completely stimulated. Even Yang Chen found that the Jade Emperor's primordial elixir seemed to be insufficient for his current absorption speed. After considering Li Cheng's suggestion, Yang Chen swallowed another primordial elixir. Then, Yang Chen's cultivation began to improve by leaps and bounds. Every day, it was visible to the naked eye, which surprised Yang Jian and Neza. However, this was also good. The higher Yang Chen's cultivation improved, the faster they could get out. In the blink of an eye, 500 years passed. Yang Chen, who was fighting, suddenly stopped. The second primordial spirit had completely refined the immortal beheading platform. As long as Yang Chen wanted to, he could leave at any time and anywhere. Chapter 2601. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. It only took Yang Chen less than 4,500 years to reach the realm that he had spent almost 10,000 years to reach in his previous life. In the past 500 years, Yang Chen had absorbed less than half of the efficacy of the 2 primordial heaven pills. Coupled with the guidance of Yang Jian and Neza, he had finally reached the realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. In terms of combat power alone, Yang Chen's combat power had probably reached the realm of middle stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Unfortunately, although the immortal beheading stage was in the immortal realm, there was no heavenly tribulation. Therefore, Yang Chen's cultivation realm was enough, but he had not yet passed the Golden Immortal tribulation and become a real Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. However, this was not a problem at all. As early as in the spiritual realm, Yang Chen had experienced the power of the Golden Immortal tribulation. Although he had to spend hundreds of years to resolve the power of a Golden Immortal tribulation, that experience also gave Yang Chen a deep and detailed understanding of the Golden Immortal tribulation. To put it bluntly, even if Yang Chen and Neza could easily pass the Golden Immortal tribulation, they were not as good as Yang Chen in terms of understanding of the Golden Immortal tribulation. "Are you leaving or not?" Yang Chen, who suddenly stopped, suddenly asked Yang Jian and Neza, who were fighting with him. The question was inexplicable. Of course, Yang Jian and Neza were no longer teaching Yang Chen alone, but it was a 3-way battle. When 2 of them were fighting, one of them was resting, so it was not satisfying to watch from the side. Therefore, the one-on-one guidance became a 3-way battle. Yang Jian and Neza each called out to Yang Chen once, and then they fought with each other. It was very satisfying. "What do you mean by leaving or not?" Neza, who was having a good time, suddenly stopped. He felt very uncomfortable and asked impatiently. He said his leaving or not. Yang Jian recovered quickly and immediately reacted, "We can go out of the immortal beheading stage." Neza was stunned, and then he understood. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face. "Have you refined it?" Yang Chen nodded heavily, and a smile appeared on his face. With a stretch of his hand, the immortal beheading saber in his hand slowly flew up towards the saber holder on the immortal beheading platform. The original immortal beheading saber on the saber rack did not move, quietly waiting for Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber to approach. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yang Chen, Yang Jian, and Neza, the 2 blades seemed to have turned into liquid and fused with each other as soon as they touched each other. It was really rare to see 2 identical ghost head broadswords fuse little by little. Yang Chen was looking forward to it from the side. He now wanted to know how powerful the immortal beheading saber, which had truly fused with the immortal beheading platform and the second primordial spirit, would be after the 2 broadswords fused together. Yang Chen was not the only one looking forward to it. Even Yang Jian and Neza were looking forward to it. Although they had seen even more advanced magic treasures, they had never refined one in front of them. "Let's not leave yet. Let's take a look at the quality of this saber." Neza's interest was piqued. He turned around and looked at Yang Jian. Yang Chen did not speak this time. His 3 eyes stared at the fusing immortal beheading saber and nodded heavily. His 3 eyes were full of excitement. Yang Chen also did not want to leave. He wanted to refine the immortal beheading saber. No matter what, he wanted to test its power first. Was there anyone more suitable than the 2 in front of him? If it were a Golden Immortal or a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he would probably be cut into several pieces. Then, how could he test its power? The moment the saber fused, the 3 of them immediately began to attack. The immortal beheading saber instantly appeared in Yang Chen's hand. They were in the immortal beheading platform, which was equivalent to being one with the immortal beheading saber. He could appear wherever he wanted. This time, they just wanted to see the power of the immortal beheading saber. So, Yang Jian and Neza only defended and did not attack. Each of them was slashed by Yang Chen 3 times. The immortal beheading saber, which had fused with the immortal beheading platform, was indeed powerful. Every time the saber slashed down, both Yang Jian and Neza took a big step back. After fusing with the power of the immortal beheading platform, even if Yang Jian and Neza were at the peak of the tribulation true immortal, it was not easy for them to withstand the attacks. The 3-pointed, double-edged saber trembled in Yang Jian's hand, which was rare. Yang Jian also felt lucky. Fortunately, Yang Chen's 3 slashes did not hit the same place. Otherwise, there would definitely be a big gap at the place where he was hit. Even so, there were 3 thin cuts on the handle of the 3-point, double-edged saber. Although such a small hole could be easily repaired, it had been many years since he had encountered such a situation. No, it was not. There were many such marks in the past 500 years when it clashed with Nezza's fire-tipped spear and universe ring. Nezza also sighed with emotion. How many years had it not met its match with the universe ring and fire-tipped spear? It was because it had clashed with the 3-point, double-edged saber many times over the years. To be honest, even the original owner's immortal beheading saber was not so powerful. Now, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber was really among the most powerful magic treasures. Phew! Both Yang Jian and Nezza heaved a sigh of relief. This time, they could actually see the power of the immortal beheading saber. It was a worthwhile trip. Awesome! Yang Chen was also thrilled. Now that his cultivation was the same as in his previous life, his real combat capability was many times higher than in his previous life. Moreover, he had refined such a powerful magic treasure, which really made Yang Chen feel indescribably carefree. In particular, his divine sense cultivation had entered the unprecedented level of the early stage of infinite tribulation true immortal. He felt that the whole world was different, which made him even more addicted to it. After 500 years, Yang Jian and Nezza's injuries had been completely healed, and they even made some progress in these years. Based on their past standards, this was simply impossible. Yet, it had happened. Of course, this also benefited from Yang Chen firmly suppressing the cultivation base of the 2 people at the same level as his own. It was indeed not so easy to always seek a breakthrough at a high level. However, when their cultivation was suppressed to the point that they were only left with experience, they had completely squeezed out all the potential they had when they were in a low level. They had a deeper understanding and a deeper understanding. When their foundation was consolidated again, coupled with the enlightenment they gained from recovering from the upheaval of the heavenly court, it was simply unreasonable for them not to improve. What are your plans after we get out? Yang Chen was already very familiar with Yang Jian and Nezza. Just like how he addressed Nezza, he had long stopped calling Yang Jian Sr. Now that they were about to go out, these things had to be discussed first. Otherwise, when the 2 super experts showed up, they did not know how scared the people in the capital of the heavenly court would be. I'll go to Chunyang Palace with you first and see if Ox Nose has come back. Nezza was thinking about the big Kuan, so he did not say much and went straight to the point. If he has found the big Kuan, we'll go and meet him together. By the way, 3i, I've sent the 6 Maishan brothers to Chunyang Palace. Do you want to go with them? Yes. Why not? Yang Jian looked at Nezza unhappily. I also want to see what the sect created by Ox Nose looks like. Chapter 2602. It was good news for Yang Chen that both of them went to Chunyang Palace instead of settling accounts with the new heavenly court immediately. At least he didn't have to fall out with the new heavenly court and the Shentian sect immediately. Even if he had to fight, he would have to ask the ancestral master's opinion. When the 3 of them appeared in the courtyard of the immortal execution platform, Yang Jian and Nezza suddenly felt like they had seen the light of day again. Although they believed that Yang Chen would be able to refine it and come out, they found that it was really a vast world outside. It was much more comfortable than being confined in that small room. Yang Chen forcibly suppressed his cultivation and didn't attract the heavenly tribulation. At this time, if he wanted to trigger the golden immortal tribulation in the capital of the heavenly court, he would really be courting death. Everything could wait until they returned to Chunyang Palace. Without saying a word, the Shentian Nether Sea Shuttle went straight to Chunyang Palace. Now that the 5 Elements Dragon Palace and the Shentian Nether Sea Shuttle had merged into one, Yang Jian and Nezza were lying comfortably inside, and no one would find them. Sometimes thinking about it, Yang Jian and Nezza were really 2 people who couldn't think straight. When the heavenly court was besieged by many masters during the upheaval, they just needed to find a few cultivators who didn't attract attention and hide them in their space magic treasures. With their cultivation, who could find them? However, they had to fight back, and no one knew whether what they insisted on was right or wrong. However, everyone had their own Tao. Yang Jian and Nezha's Tao might be to face it directly like this. They hadn't appeared for 500 years, and no one knew what Chunyang Palace was like now. Although Madame Bai's maids and sisters were holding the fort, and the 6 Maishan brothers also rushed over, after all, the direct descendants of the spiritual realm hadn't ascended to the heavenly court on a large scale. Yang Chen was still really worried. Fortunately, the previous destruction of the mountain gate also let the cultivators of the immortal realm see the determination and background of Chunyang Palace. At least other masters would think about the consequences if they wanted to touch Chunyang Palace. All the way back to Chunyang Palace as fast as lightning. After entering the territory of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen was a little relieved. It seemed that everything was fine, and nothing major had happened. When he was close to the gate of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen felt 2 familiar auras. From the moment he felt these 2 breaths, Yang Chen was completely relieved. They were the breaths of ancestor LV and Madame Bai. With them, even if Chunyang Palace became the public enemy of the world, it would not be able to overturn the sky. Along the way, Yang Chen revealed his identity and went straight to the ancestral hall. When they entered the ancestral master hall, Yang Jian and Nezha appeared. They laughed and walked into the cave abode in front of them. Oxnose, long time no see. Yang Jian laughed and greeted Ancestor Lu and Madame Bai, who were standing together like an immortal couple. Then, he saw Madame Bai's unhappy expression. LV Chunyang, did you find the Kuan? Nezha was much smarter than Yang Jian, who didn't know what was good for him. Last time, because of calling him Oxnose, Madame Bai gave him a long face. This time, he would definitely give face to Ancestor Lu in front of Madame Bai. Sure enough, Madame Bai's attitude toward Nezha was much better. Yang Jian was also a smart man, and he immediately understood the key point. However, he only chuckled awkwardly. Yang Jian was not in the mood to apologize to Madame Bai for what she had done. Of course, Yang Chen directly knelt on the ground to greet the ancestral master and ancestral madam. Behind Ancestor Lu were Yang Chen's wives and concubines, but now they were waiting quietly. Even if they saw their husband, they would wait for him to greet the ancestral master and ancestral master. When Ancestor Lu and Madame Bai saw Yang Chen, they were also very happy. Madame Bai directly helped Yang Chen up. Her love for the younger generation was not pretentious at all. Your cultivation? Madame Bai didn't feel anything when she was watching, but as soon as she touched Yang Chen, she immediately felt something was wrong. You haven't passed the tribulation yet? Ancestor Lu also noticed something was wrong and came over to take a look. He waved at Yang Chen. Cut the crap, go out and pass the tribulation. Then he waved at Yang Jian and Nezha. You too, shall we go out and watch the ceremony? Inside the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, Madame Bai, Yang Jian, and Nezha were there. Yang Chen wasn't afraid of causing a bigger commotion. He immediately followed Ancestor Lu's instructions and went outside. After a little preparation, he released his suppressed cultivation and attracted the tribulation. In a flash, the tribulation clouds were dense, and the entire Pure Yang Palace was completely shrouded. When the cultivators in the immortal world saw this, they understood that someone was about to pass the tribulation. Those who had a good relationship must have already invited those who should have. Those who didn't have a good relationship shouldn't come without permission to avoid misunderstandings. This was already the rule, and no one would make a mistake. When the first golden immortal tribulation fell, including Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Nezha, they were all dumbfounded. Was this the golden immortal tribulation? Which of these great ancestor-level experts hadn't crossed a tribulation before? They would inevitably face the golden immortal tribulation along the way to improve their cultivation, but it didn't seem to be so exaggerated. In addition to Madame Bai and the maids, only Yang Chen's wives and concubines were mentally prepared. When their husband passed the tribulation, it was always earth-shattering. It was only in the Mountain River geographical map that the tribulation in the spiritual realm didn't cause surprise outside. Otherwise, many cultivators in the spiritual realm would be frightened. Unfortunately, there was only the Xian immortal tribulation in the Mountain River geographical map at most, and that was in the manner arranged by Ancestor Lu for Madame Bai. There was a higher golden immortal tribulation, but it was used up. If they could pass the golden immortal tribulation in it, it would definitely be of great benefit to the Mountain River geographical map. Just like in the Mountain River geographical map, countless densely packed golden immortal tribulations smashed towards Yang Chen, directly wrapping Yang Chen in the sea of heavenly tribulation. Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber and the Tai Chi golden ball all appeared and took the initiative to meet the sea of heavenly tribulation. Yang Chen's physical body collided with the heavenly tribulation without fear. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation exploded, Yang Chen didn't forget to let his wives and concubines also benefit from the heavenly tribulation. Ling, the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen instructed Gong Sunling, and then said to Gaou, bring everyone here to temper their bodies. When they first met, Yang Chen discovered that his wives and concubines had really gained great benefits when they went out to visit the Great Kuan with Ancestor Lu and Madame Bai. They all reached the almighty immortal realm before Yang Chen. Of course, it was not surprising that Yang Chen's cultivation realm had always been the lowest among the family. Under Yang Chen's instructions, the women quickly rushed to Yang Chen's surroundings. This immediately caused the backlash of the golden immortal tribulation, and a more powerful heavenly tribulation fell madly, and in an instant, Yang Chen's family was all wrapped in it. Chapter 2603. The women had just crossed the tribulation. 43 new almighty immortals at the early stage suddenly joined the tribulation. The consequence was that the power of the tribulation was several times more shocking than the terrible scene that everyone had seen before. Don't worry, Yang Chen has a plan. He will only do this if he can handle it. He will not overestimate himself. Madame Bai knew more about Yang Chen and directly stopped Lu Zhu, Yang Chen, and Neza. As for Madame Bai's maids, they had also experienced and seen the scene of Yang Chen's tribulation before. This was just a repeat. Madame Bai had to stop Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza. It was not a big problem to add 43 new great principal golden immortals, but to add 3 experts of the level of Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza, another 10 Yang Chen would definitely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly way was controlled by some great people and could change the rules under certain conditions, the tribulation had never changed. Seeing that his wife was so determined, Lu Zhu, who didn't know much about Yang Chen, stopped. Yang Jian and Neza were surprised, but they never intended to help. After fighting in the immortal beheading platform for more than 500 years, how could they not know the power of Yang Chen? Adding the Mountain River geographical map was to let the third primordial spirit join the refinement. The 3 purities secret art was indeed very powerful, but there was a small drawback, that is, the separated second primordial spirit and the third primordial spirit must be close enough to Yang Chen, otherwise the spiritual awareness cultivation would be staggered. The second primordial spirit was fine, it had been refining the immortal beheading saber with Yang Chen, but the third primordial spirit was taken by Gong Sunling to follow Lu Zhu and Madame Bai. Although the spiritual awareness cultivation had also improved, it was still a little bit lacking. Taking advantage of the tribulation, the deity and the second and third primordial spirits were balanced together. The densely packed heavenly tribulation was squeezed like a liquid. The Yang family was lying in the liquid heavenly tribulation sea, and their respective magic weapons were taken out to receive the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. Yang Jian and Neza couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, no wonder his magic treasures are so good. If he refines them like this every time, it would be weird if they aren't good." He had just fused with the immortal slaying platform, so the immortal slaying saber was definitely still a little rusty. However, after being tempered in the heavenly tribulation ocean, Yang Chen would definitely be able to control it to perfection. Moreover, there was no longer any barrier between the immortal slaying saber and the immortal slaying platform. They were completely integrated as one. Almost all the spectators, including LV Zhu, Yang Jian, and Neza, were envious. They wished they could join in. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too high, so they couldn't. However, there was always a way out. After Yang Chen had gone through 810 heavenly tribulations, Yang Chen appeared to have gained complete control over the heavenly tribulations. He turned to the others and said, "Fellow sisters, ancestral masters, and seniors, you can send down your magic treasures for me to temper." Consider it a token of appreciation from your disciple to the seniors. All the spectators were innumerable tribulation true immortals. They certainly couldn't go down themselves. It would be troublesome if they triggered the backlash of the heavenly tribulation. However, their magic treasures could. As long as they didn't attack or defend, they would naturally be tempered by the heavenly tribulation if they were placed in this area. No matter how advanced the magic treasures were, they would be fine as long as no one deliberately messed with them. Xiao Tian was waving his brand new golden dragon pagoda, which had fused 2 dragon pagodas and the wishful golden pagoda, and was absorbing the heavenly tribulation to temper it. It would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Even a magic treasure like the wishful golden pagoda could absorb benefits from it, not to mention other magic treasures. Therefore, the pure yang sword, the 3-point double-edged saber, the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, the red armillary sash, and so on were all thrown into the heavenly tribulation ocean. Even the firestorm wheels were no exception. Anyway, there were so many heavenly tribulations, so they could absorb as much as they could. Ancestor LV, Yang Jian, and Neza were like this. Madame Bai and the maidservants were even more familiar with the process. They had already sent all the good things that they could use into the heavenly tribulation to temper them. Even though they were all innumerable tribulation true immortals and had endured heavenly tribulations that were stronger than the golden immortal tribulation, who would complain about their magic treasures being tempered by the heavenly tribulation too many times? The 6 Maishan brothers also benefited from it. When they first met, they were behind a group of maidservants. They didn't have time to say hello to Yang Jian, but they immediately encountered such a good thing. In excitement, they threw their magic treasures into the heavenly tribulation first. When Yang Chen went through the heavenly tribulation, everyone benefited from it. This kind of thing was really good, and almost everyone was satisfied. Yang Chen took the initiative to say that he was doing it for everyone, so they accepted it with peace of mind. As for the reason why Yang Chen let everyone join in after the 810th heavenly tribulation, it was because only at this point could Yang Chen be really sure that he could survive the next heavenly tribulation. Adding some magic treasures would not be too dangerous. They were all senior practitioners, so they all understood this. The heavenly tribulation lasted for a long time. Originally, there were 999 heavenly tribulations. Under normal circumstances, it would last at least 8 or 9 days or even half a month. Yang Chen's heavenly tribulation was even more exaggerated. It directly lasted for 3 months, which made the experts watching the ceremony so happy that they could not close their mouths. The big scene in Chunyang Palace definitely attracted the attention of countless practitioners. But since the person in charge had not finished his heavenly tribulation, even if the God of Heaven came at this time, he had to get out of the way, unless he directly wanted to fight. Especially in this situation, if someone dared to take action, it would not be against one person who was going through the heavenly tribulation, but against the whole Chunyang Palace. Many people still remembered the tragedy of the Chunyang Palace last time. All the major sect took the initiative to help Yang Chen clean up. How cruel it was. How could someone be so stupid to come out and pick a fight at this time? However, it was true that some things just did not need to be talked about. The rare heavenly tribulation lasted for more than half a year, and some people immediately came up with some evil ideas. Everyone knew that as long as an expert affected the heavenly tribulation, the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. Especially for such a strong heavenly tribulation, it was definitely the birth of some powerful magic treasures. But no one expected that the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation could cause such madness. The scene of the heavenly tribulation was so big that even LV Zhu, Yang Jian, Neza, and Madame Bai could not completely block it. Several true immortals at the periphery of the heavenly tribulation easily calculated with some magic treasures and found a gap in the blockade. Several divine senses immediately went in without hesitation and directly aimed at the nearest heavenly tribulation to defend. Just in this way, the scope of the heavenly tribulation suddenly expanded several times, covering the whole sword and the guy who was going through it. But they did not care. They were already true immortals at the level of 10,000 tribulations. No matter how strong the golden immortal tribulation was, what could it do to them? But the one who was going through the heavenly tribulation was dead. Chapter 26:04. The sudden increase in the power of the heavenly tribulation made all the observing cultivators realize the problem. What a joke! Everyone's natal magic treasures were being tempered in the heavenly tribulation. How could they not know that the heavenly tribulation suddenly had such a change? Big trouble. Even though he had already withstood more than 900 bolts of heavenly tribulation and was only a few more bolts away from perfection, the sudden change caused the power of the heavenly tribulation to increase by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. If Yang Chen couldn't withstand the last few attacks, he would definitely die a tragic death. Everyone thought so. This was common sense. At least, the 6 Earth Tribulation true immortals who attacked him believed so. However, what they didn't expect was that Yang Chen had been relying on the strength of his body to overcome the heavenly tribulation, and didn't rely on the power of any magic treasures at all. Who knew about the great increase in the power of the heavenly tribulation before Yang Chen? In an instant, Yang Chen made a decision. The Tai Chi golden ball returned to Yang Chen's body in an instant, firmly protecting Yang Chen's body. At the same time, the immortal beheading blade was also wrapped in Xiao Tian's hand. While Yang Chen was on guard, Yang Chen's wives and concubines were instantly taken into the geographical map of mountains and rivers controlled by Yang Chen's third primordial spirit. At the same time, the mountain river geographical map also came to Yang Chen's side, ready to resist the heavenly tribulation at any time. An innumerable tribulation true immortal could only trigger a perfected golden immortal tribulation. A mere perfected golden immortal tribulation was not enough to destroy the two realms. As long as the mountain river geographical map was fine, Yang Chen would be fine in the end. Rumble. To the surprise of the 10,000 tribulation true immortals outside, they thought the heavenly tribulation only lasted for a long time, but they did not consider the problem of quantity. All of a sudden, the 6 of them were drowned by the heavenly tribulation ocean. All of a sudden, all 6 of them fell into a state of panic. Fortunately, the panic only lasted for a moment. When they felt the power of the golden immortal tribulation that was almost comparable to the perfected golden immortal tribulation, they began to feel complacent. Since he had achieved his goal, the other party was dead for sure. No matter who it was, Chunyang Palace would definitely lose a master. But after that, they became even more bewildered. The sea of heavenly tribulation did not change at all. It continued to exist. This also meant that the cultivator who was going through the heavenly tribulation was not dead, and was still struggling to resist the heavenly tribulation. How was this possible? Previously, it was just a golden immortal undergoing the golden immortal tribulation. But now, the power of the heavenly tribulation was already as powerful as the zenith heaven golden immortal tribulation. Moreover, there were so many of them. How could a mere golden immortal withstand it? If an expert were to help, it would be even more impossible. It would only cause an even crazier heavenly tribulation. But why did this obviously illogical thing happen all of a sudden? Moreover, it happened so naturally, so continuously, and without any pause. To be exact, there were only 9 heavenly tribulations left. 9 heavenly tribulations of the zenith heaven golden immortal sea. Even one heavenly tribulation was enough to kill someone. How many heavenly tribulations could the transcending tribulation endure? However, when the 6 infinite tribulation true immortals with malicious intentions counted to 8, the heaven tribulation still showed no sign of dissipating, nor did it show any sign of increasing in power, which meant that no one was participating in it. How was this possible? How could a junior at the peak of the golden immortal stage survive 8 perfected golden immortal tribulations? What kind of abnormal expert is he? When the 9th heavenly tribulation fell and the mission of the heaven tribulation was completed, the 6 infinite tribulation true immortals still could not believe that a junior at the golden immortal stage survived 9 perfected golden immortal tribulations. Oh no! The 6 guys suddenly thought that since the master of the tribulation had passed the tribulation, then they, who had suddenly inserted themselves, had become the enemies of others. They were in the territory of the pure Yang Palace. If they didn't run at this time, then when would they wait? However, it was a little too late to think of this problem at this time. The 6 guys were separated in 6 directions. When they were about to escape, their legs suddenly stopped. When they looked down, they saw a red ribbon coming out of the ground and wrapping around their calves. The next moment, the 6 guys were forcibly dragged into the ground. Under the restraint of the ribbon, they could not even use the earth escape. They were forcibly dragged from the ground all the way to another place. Fortunately, the bodies of the infinite tribulation true immortals were relatively strong, so they were not seriously injured. But they were bound to be covered in dirt. When they looked up, the 6 guys saw a large number of infinite tribulation true immortals. Madam Bai had over 1,000 maids, and with the addition of them, the 6 fellows were surrounded by a dense group of maids. Being restrained by a silk belt, the 6 of them were already filled with regret. If they had known that there was such an expert, they would not have dared to do anything. But now, they were caught red-handed. When they saw the owner of the ribbon, the 6 of them sucked in a breath of cold air and slumped to the ground. That image and those magical treasures were exactly like the legendary peerless fiend god. Oh my God, why did he get us? We are doomed. He doesn't look like much, but he is really brave. The words of an expert next to them gave the 6 guys a glimmer of hope. If someone spoke to them, they might survive. They hurriedly turned around and saw a young man with a vertical eye on his forehead. The young man was holding a long weapon in his hand, which was very familiar. It should be called the 3-pointed double-edged saber. The image and the weapon could only belong to one person. That person was Yang Jian. Puff. At least 3 guys directly spat out a mouthful of blood. In front of Yang Jian and Neza, they dared to attack an unknown junior. As Yang Jian had said, they were really brave. They were not just bold, but also bold enough to cover the sky. Run! It was better not to think about it. They were not sure whether they could stand up, not to mention that the red armillary sash was wrapped around their feet. Attack! There was no need to think about it. Yang Jian and Neza could easily crush them into pieces with just a breath from them. They had thought that they could trick Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen, but now they realized that they had lost everything. If they had really killed the one who was crossing the tribulation, they would have achieved their goal. But they did not do anything, and they were just killed. If they had known this, they would not have acted rashly. Among so many experts, the young almighty immortal, who seemed to have the lowest cultivation, slowly approached several guys who were paralyzed on the ground, slowly squatted down, and asked one of them, "Do you have a grudge against Chunyang Palace?" Since they were doomed to die, these fellows slowly recovered from the initial shock of having their souls scattered. They nodded at Yang Chen without hesitation. Well, not many people have a grudge against the sect. Yang Chen did not seem to care, and then slowly asked, "Zhao family?" They nodded again. Chapter 2605. That was right. Except for the Zhao family, no one would make trouble for Chunyang Palace. After all, Chunyang Palace had only established itself in the immortal realm for a few days and accepted a few disciples. Even if they had enmity with those disciples, they would not have any entanglement with Chunyang Palace. Therefore, when Yang Chen first asked if they had enmity with Chunyang Palace, he immediately deduced the identity of the other party. How is the refining of the Zhao family's divine realm? Just when the 6 experts thought that they were going to die, Yang Chen suddenly asked. Not yet. A disciple of the Zhao family answered almost subconsciously. Then, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. He could only glare at Yang Jian and Neza, ignoring the killing intent of Yang Jian and Neza. You haven't refined it yet. You need some time, right? Yang Chen did not care about the other party's gaze. He still said with a smile, "It seems that you know something. You can tell me slowly." This guy who knew something was immediately taken away by Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza for questioning. The remaining 5 obviously belonged to the guys who did not know the core secrets at all. It was not very useful to keep them alive. Lock them up first and ask them slowly. They could always get something out of them. After these arrangements were made, everyone began to count the benefits of Yang Chen's tribulation. After cleaning up, everyone was beaming with joy. Not to mention Yang Chen's family, Madam Bai, the maidservants, and the 6 Maishan brothers were so happy that they could not close their mouths. Their magic treasures had absorbed a lot of divine tribulations in the sea of golden immortal tribulation, and they had become more and more exquisite. Especially the last 9 divine tribulations, they were basically the divine tribulations of almighty immortals. The benefits were more and more immeasurable. Although they were all infinite tribulation true immortals, their natal magic treasures might not have many opportunities to be refined like this. They had been refined for many years, but it was difficult for them to go through a divine tribulation, let alone the sea of divine tribulation. Just this huge favor alone, how many people would remember Yang Chen's kindness? There was no need to mention Yang Chen's wives and concubines because they were his family. They'd been enjoying the benefits of the tempering of the heavenly tribulation since the beginning, and it was simply timely for cultivators like them who just advanced into the golden immortal realm. He didn't have a chance before, but now he finally had a chance to ask the girls how they cultivated and how they advanced to the zenith heaven golden immortal realm earlier than him. Speaking of this, Yang Chen felt helpless. Although in terms of combat power, Yang Chen was not inferior to any of his wives and concubines, in terms of cultivation realm, Yang Chen was still the lowest in the family. There was nothing he could do about it. The golden body incantation had fused too many cultivation techniques. Although it was powerful, it was not fast enough. It had to be said that Lu Zhu was lazy, but when he really started to teach his disciples, the effect was quite outstanding. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were not outsiders, and they were also close friends with Madame Bai, so Lu Zhu gave them a lot of pointers. Along the way, Yang Chen's wives and concubines kept cultivating under Lu Zhu's guidance, and after fighting with those fierce monsters in the place where the great Kuan lived in seclusion, the cultivation of Yang Chen's wives and concubines improved greatly, and they rushed into the realm of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal one after another. Not long after returning, Yang Chen, Yang Jian, and Neza also rushed back, just in time for a family reunion. There is a divine realm. Lu Zhu came into contact with this for the first time, and he didn't expect it, but this also aroused Lu Zhu's interest. If he could take down this divine realm, wouldn't he not have to consider the great Kuan at all? The divine realm is still far from becoming a real world. Yang Chen knew that even in his previous life, Yang Chen, who had lived for 10,000 years, had never heard of the divine realm. It could be seen that even after more than 5,000 years, it had not been completed. It was a little too early to have any ideas about the divine realm. One good thing about Lu Zhu was that no matter how tempted he was a person who could listen to advice. Hearing this, he immediately reacted. Although the divine realm was good, if he took it down now, it was just a half-world. It was not worth fighting and spending energy to refine it. The best result was to wait until the Zhao family was almost done refining it before making a move. In fact, we don't have to be in a hurry to make a move. Yang Chen suggested, the Zhao family is the public enemy. I think the Xiantian sect and the other major sects would be willing to take the lead and make a great contribution. Lu Zhu nodded again. Yang Jian and Neza couldn't help but shake their heads at the exchange with Yang Chen. No wonder Yang Chen had such a personality. With such an ancestor, what kind of good disciples could he teach? Lu Zhu, who was completely unaware, never gave Yang Chen any guidance from beginning to end. They didn't get the real location of the divine realm from the Zhao family, which made everyone very disappointed. The core experts of the Zhao clan were really well guarded. Even the direct descendants of the Zhao clan could only enter the god realm through the help of a few experts who knew the location. Not only did they not know the location, they did not even understand the cascading connection method. On this point, Yang Chen had a little say. The most likely way to upgrade the sacrificial space was to build a complete cultivation environment inside, just like the mountain river geographical map in the past. The Dragon Clan had taken half a step in this regard, but they didn't go all the way. In the end, it helped Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Everyone's topic changed back to subduing the big Kuan. This was the big thing in front of them. If they could really subdue the big Kuan, then the Chunyang Palace could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Lu Zhu and Madame Bai had already visited and got first-hand information. But when it came to subduing the big Kuan, they couldn't help but shake their heads when they looked at the hands in front of them. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? Neza was furious. For the sake of Yang Chen and Madame Bai, he didn't call you Ox-Nose, but Brother Chunyang. You actually dared to pick on him? Who are you looking down on? Yang Jian didn't have a good expression on the side. He had never been looked down upon like this in the celestial world. If this guy wasn't also a very good fighter, Yang Jian would have already gone up to him and let him know what Erlangshan was. If we work together, it's easy to kill the big Kuan. Lu Zhu explained in time. This explanation made Yang Jian and Neza calm down a little. But what's the use of a dead big Kuan? We have to subdue it. Not only do we have to capture it alive, but we also have to convince it wholeheartedly. This is the difficulty. Of course, capturing it alive was 100 times more difficult than killing it. Moreover, there was the problem of subduing it, which was even more difficult. This time, Yang Jian and Neza were also at their wits' end. They stood quietly on the side and waited for Lu Zhu to give an idea. For now, we can only find a few more helpers. Seeing that Yang Jian and Neza didn't object, Lu Zhu turned his gaze to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, how many expert friends do you have in the celestial world? You don't mind finding a few trustworthy people to help, right? Chapter 2606. Patriarch Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza didn't have many friends in the immortal world. Their personalities meant that they didn't have many friends with similar interests. Yang Jian's Maishan's 6 brothers were already there, but they wouldn't be of much use. Neza was a loner. Ancestor Lu had Madame Bai and a large number of maidservants. However, most of those maidservants were flower demons. They could serve Madame Bai and protect themselves, but if they were used to fight against an expert of the Great Kuan's level, they wouldn't be enough. Yang Chen's family was only Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, so they couldn't participate in a battle of this level. Therefore, everyone urgently needed help. Although they were dissatisfied with Patriarch Lu's words, Yang Jian and Neza didn't doubt his judgment. If Patriarch Lu said that there weren't enough experts, then there definitely wasn't enough. They wouldn't use their lives to doubt his words. Due to Yang Jian and Neza's relationship with the new heavenly court, it was more difficult to find any experts. Although Patriarch Lu was slightly better, most of his friends and family had already been beheaded by Yang Chen in the immortal slaying platform. After thinking about it, it seemed that only Yang Chen was the most suitable person to find a group of experts. Yes, I do have some skills. Yang Chen thought for a while and had an idea. However, he had some concerns that he had to say first. However, it's a little difficult to find experts like Patriarch and the 2 seniors. We can consider finding a group of people who are slightly weaker. Also what? Neza was impatient and was the most concerned about the big Kuan. He immediately asked, "If you can let go of some grudges, Senior Neza, I can find a group of quite powerful experts." Yang Chen said what he didn't say before. Grudges with Neza, and a group of powerful experts. Patriarch Lu and Yang Jian only thought for a while and immediately knew the origin of these experts. Dragon race. Yang Chen nodded and looked at Neza. Everyone knew that Yang Chen had a good relationship with the dragon race, especially with the princess of the spirit realm's dragon race. In addition, Yang Chen's younger brother, Ao Lai, was also a member of the dragon race's royal family. If Neza really didn't mind, the dragon race did have a group of peerless experts. As Ao Lan said, Ao Guang was captured. Ao Guang was so engrossed in refining that he forgot about his origins in cultivation. Hence, he was captured because his combat prowess was not strong. However, Ao Guang was not the only one in the dragon race. There were many other hidden experts. Especially because of some specious reasons, they were definitely standing on the opposite side of the Great Peng. Therefore, if they were to deal with a Great Kuan, even if they didn't care about Yang Chen's reputation, they would still be willing to make a move. What choices do the weaker ones have? Ancestor LV asked cautiously. He wanted to let Yang Jian and Neza know some details. Ying's father, Zhu Tianjun, has some power in the heavenly court. I can get some help from him. Yang Chen replied honestly. In addition, Lin Jingyuan's father, who accompanied the disciples to ascend from the spiritual world, is also a martial-level master. He knows the identity of the ancestor's wife and is willing to help. Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin were both somewhat famous experts in the new heavenly court. Yang Jian and Neza might not know them, but Ancestor LV knew them very well. After thinking for a while, Ancestor LV gave this evaluation: a little help is better than nothing. It won't help the situation. They could help, but they couldn't help the root of the problem. If these are not enough, perhaps the Profound Heaven sect and the New Jade Emperor can help a little. At this moment, after seeing the ancestral master, Yang Chen was no longer worried about what would happen to Chunyang Palace. Therefore, it was time to tell the ancestral master and his relatives about the scheming against the Profound Heaven sect. Some secrets were suppressed in Yang Chen's heart, making him feel terrible. The Profound Heaven sect and the New Jade Emperor? Ancestor LV clearly didn't understand the profoundness of this. Not to mention Ancestor LV, even Yang Jian and Neza widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe their ears. It was no wonder that everyone was surprised. From the story of Chunyang Palace that they had heard, the Profound Heaven sect was always the enemy. How could Yang Chen ask for help from the Profound Heaven sect? Madame Bai and Yang Chen's wives and concubines couldn't believe it. They looked at their husband as if they were looking at another person. It's a long story. Yang Chen smiled bitterly and told the story. From the beginning, when Yang Chen first became an apprentice to the Taishanmen in the mortal world, until Yang Chen became an apprentice to Chunyang Palace, the Taishanmen suppressed Yang Chen in many ways, attacked many times, and the mountain gate was blown up. Basically, not counting the tragic death of the previous life's master and the destruction of Chunyang Palace, just these things that had happened, Yang Chen and the Taishanmen had a blood feud. The Taishanmen have gone too far. Hearing this, Ancestor LV slammed the table directly. Even if the Chunyang Palace was unbearable, it was built by Ancestor LV himself. Even if he didn't leave his real name and didn't care about it later, it was not something that anyone could bully. It was fine if he didn't know, but after knowing, how could he not be angry? At that time, the Taishanmen were powerful, so I had no choice but to use some means. Yang Chen continued to narrate. When they heard that the young master of the Taishanmen, Li Liheng, intended to control Yang Chen by divine sense control, everyone laughed. Ancestor LV, Madame Yang Jian and Neza knew that Yang Chen cultivated the three purities secret art, and Yang Chen's wives and concubines knew that their husband's divine sense was gifted. In fact, Li Liheng in the mortal world could control it. The next thing was simple. In turn, Yang Chen just reminded Li Liheng that he needed to enhance his divine sense cultivation. Li Liheng, under the bewitchment of Yang Lan, naturally began to cultivate the Great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra, sowing the seeds of destruction. When the Taishanmen developed to the extreme, Yang Chen just let Lady Fanghua push him gently, and the Taishanmen slipped into the abyss of destruction. At this point, Lady Fanghua understood why she came forward to denounce the Taishanmen in the mortal world at that time. It turned out to be such an arrangement. When the Taishanmen were destroyed, Yang Chen learned from Li Liheng the highest level undercover identification code of the Shentian sect. Therefore, in the spiritual world, Yang Chen became a high-level undercover in the Shentian sect and began to take care of the Chunyang Palace in all aspects. Later, the Shentian sect was destroyed, but all the disciples of the Shentian sect were entrusted to you. Is this the reason? Ancestor LV listened all the way and felt incredible. This kind of thing could also happen. This disciple of his family was really not simple. Before the destruction of the Shentian sect in the immortal world, Sect Master Wang had already ascended to the immortal world. Yang Chen responded with a smile. Now the high-level members of the Shentian sect, including the New Jade Emperor, think that my Chunyang Palace is the way out of the Shentian sect. So, if we need their help, they will definitely do their best. Chapter 2607. You deserve it. Ancestor Lu was not dissatisfied at all. He had a smile on his face when he heard that Yang Chen took revenge on the Taishanmen one by one. At this moment, he had the same attitude: if you dare to attack my Chunyang Palace, you should be mentally prepared to be attacked. I'm being rude. Yang Chen apologized. After all, this matter was done secretly. It was a bit shameful to say it out, and the ancestor might be dissatisfied. It's okay. Ancestor Lu was much more open-minded than imagined. He waved his hand and did not care about this. Instead, he said with a smile, I didn't expect that I, Lu Chunyang, could become the ancestor of the biggest sect in the world. It's worth it. As soon as he said this, Ancestor Lu was collectively despised by Yang Jian and Neza. Neza blurted out, "What is the biggest sect in the world? Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? What do you know?" Ancestor Lu scolded back without hesitation, and then pointed to Yang Chen and Gong Sunling and ordered, "Yang Chen, Ah Ling, you two open the eyes of this bumpkin and let him know how big my Chunyang Palace is." Yang Chen smiled bitterly and pulled everyone present into the geographical map of mountains and rivers, and then showed the whole scene of the geographical map to everyone. Although everyone could only stay in the immortal realm of the geographical map of mountains and rivers, it was very easy for the third primordial spirit to let everyone see the scene of the spiritual realm in the mortal world. Looking at the complete demon realm and the demon realm, as well as the terrifying population of hundreds of billions of people and tens of billions of cultivators, all under the leadership of Chunyang Palace, even Neza and Yang Jian were really shocked. On the contrary, the girls were often in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, so they were not surprised, and were not as surprised as Yang Jian and Neza. How is it? Ancestor Lu was most proud of being able to shock Yang Jian and Neza. This feeling of being able to convince them without fighting was simply too good. All this was thanks to his junior's grand disciple. It was simply too good for him. Bah! What does this have to do with you? Although Neza was shocked, he didn't want to see Ancestor Lu showing off in front of him. What does the junior's contribution have to do with you? I am his ancestor. Ancestor Lu proudly said. That's because I didn't acknowledge the Dao ancestor as my master. Neza was even more disdainful. Do you think what he cultivates has anything to do with you? At this point, Ancestor Lu felt guilty. Everything that Yang Chen cultivated had nothing to do with Ancestor Lu, even his alchemy was the same. Strictly speaking, apart from the inheritance of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen and Ancestor Lu really had nothing to do with each other. Let's talk about borrowing the experts from the Black Heaven sect. Ancestor Lu and Neza were fighting fiercely, and it looked like Yang Jian wanted to join as well. Not wanting Ancestor Lu to be too proud, Yang Chen quickly changed the topic. Should we pull in the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect? Yes. Why don't we use free fighters? Ancestor Lu replied directly without looking back, it's a ready-made advantage, it's a waste not to take it. If we can pull the immortal realm's mysterious Heaven sect into Chunyang Palace, it will be even more perfect. Yang Jian and Neza looked at LV Zhu with disdain, especially Yang Jian. He looked at LV Zhu with his 3 eyes. Shower head, I'm talking to you. Ancestor Lu didn't care about the two people's looks of contempt and said directly to Neza, speaking of which, the deep hatred between you and the dragon race comes from Ao Guang. Now that Ao Guang has been killed by Yang Chen, and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King has also been killed, what else are you dissatisfied with? He just needed to find a way out of this situation. As long as you nod, we can at least have one more expert like you, and our chances of winning will greatly increase. The dragon race had always been mysterious, even in the immortal realm. But everyone had a consensus that the dragon race was very powerful. Therefore, when Ancestor Lu mentioned it, he also said that there would at least be one expert similar to Neza, which meant that there might be more than one. If that was the case, then the chances of winning against the Big Kuan would greatly increase, which was a good thing for everyone. Neza also pondered. No one spoke, quietly waiting for Neza to make a decision. Seeing that everyone was so depressed, Gong Sunling winked at Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, and at the same time, gave Zhu Xiaoning a hint. Soon, a table of exquisite wine and dishes appeared in front of everyone. Good wine was placed in front of everyone, and pleasant music began to appear in everyone's ears. Almost subconsciously, Neza picked up the wine glass and began to drink. Ancestor Lu and Yang Jian, who were next to him, didn't say much. They just accompanied Neza to drink one glass after another. Later, even Yang Chen was dragged to join them. When they were almost done drinking, Yang Jian said unhurriedly, "That's enough. Anyway, you didn't really do anything to the dragon race in those years. You only killed a few small dragons who made mistakes. I believe they know right from wrong, otherwise, they would have come to you long ago." Yang Chen also took the opportunity to say, "Yes, you let Ao Guang go because you were threatened by the wishful golden pagoda. But they should also know that they were in the wrong, so they didn't come to cause trouble. How about this? What conditions do you have? Tell me, and I'll help you convey them to the dragon race. Isn't it good to meet and forget about the enmity? This was obviously to protect Nezha's reputation, to make everyone think that Nezha was threatened by the wishful golden pagoda. In fact, Yang Chen knew the use of the pagoda, and it was not a threat to Nezha at all. Other than Nezha, only Yang Chen knew about this. Nezha was now Yang Chen's friend, and so was the dragon race. Therefore, Yang Chen hoped that everyone could coexist peacefully. I can let it go. Under everyone's persuasion, Nezha finally said, but they have to compensate me with a dragon palace similar to your 5 elements dragon palace. After living in Yang Chen's 5 elements dragon palace for a long time, Nezha also liked that feeling, so he directly asked for a 5 elements dragon palace. No problem. Yang Chen agreed immediately. Wasn't it just a 5 elements dragon palace? If the dragon race didn't give it to him, Yang Chen would give it to Nezha, as long as they didn't hate each other anymore. Both sides were friends, so Yang Chen wouldn't let either of them feel wronged. You can give this to your dragon friend. Since Nezha agreed, he agreed quickly. He quickly took out something that looked like a belt and handed it to Yang Chen. Yang Chen took it, confused. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of the dragon race on it. When he thought of the legend of Nezha, he immediately understood. This belt should be the belt that Nezha had refined from Ao Bing's dragon tendon when he was young. He had intended to give it to his father as a gift. Chapter 2608. From this point of view, Nezha did the right thing. He did not unilaterally make the dragon clan lower their heads. He also showed his sincerity. When Nezha was forced to take out a greeting gift, he did not take out this belt even if he took out the remaining lotus seeds to refine his body. It could be seen that some things in Nezha's heart might not be so difficult to let go. Given Nezha's character, if he had a grudge against the dragon clan, he would have killed them long ago. But from the beginning to the end, everyone only knew that Nezha killed Ao Bing and did not deal with Ao Guang, but they did not target the other members of the dragon clan. I will definitely get this done. Yang Chen patted his chest and promised. Since Nezha had shown such sincerity, if Yang Chen could not get it done, there was nothing to say. Both sides had a tacit understanding, so there was not a big problem. Yang Chen, go to the Shentian sect first and scam as many experts as you can. Ancestor Lu instructed, I like the little brats of the Shentian sect calling me Ancestral Master the most. If you can get the new Jade Emperor to call me Ancestral Master, I will support you no matter what you want to do in the celestial world in the future. I'll go now. Yang Chen agreed without hesitation. This was an order from the Ancestral Master. Was there a need to say anything? With the 6 captives of the Zhao family and his wives and concubines, Yang Chen went straight to a secret place. This was an agreement with Sect Master Wang of the Shentian sect. Before going, Yang Chen also used a spell to send a message. He believed that Sect Master Wang would receive the news soon. On the way, Yang Chen and the girls had a lot of open talks. In fact, many of Yang Chen's things in the mortal world and the immortal world, the women were firmly standing behind Yang Chen, so now there were more secrets, which did not have much impact on the women. Dao Junki, the only one from the Shentian sect, had already become Ancestor Lu's disciple. Naturally, she would not think too much. Instead, she had the same idea as Ancestor Lu. Wouldn't it be better to pull the entire Shentian sect over? Our future does not lie in the 3 realms. Yang Chen spoke very straightforwardly, dispelling everyone's worries. None of us will betray our masters or destroy our ancestors. We will only live in our own world in the future. Perhaps we'll be able to see what the saints' world looks like one day. The Mountain River geographical map formed its own world, which was the fundamental reason why everyone thought so. Not only would they not betray their master, but they would also not fall out with their husband. Everyone would be happy to have the best of both worlds. In addition, now that she knew her husband's secret, she felt closer to her husband, and the atmosphere in the family became more harmonious. Sect Master Wang did not appear alone. He was accompanied by a core member of the Mysterious Heaven sect, but it was not the same person as last time. On the Mysterious Heaven sect side, everyone would probably take turns to move out. After they met, Sect Master Wang didn't exchange much pleasantries. He just wanted to know what Yang Chen had been doing for the past few hundred years. There was no news from the outside. At the same time, he was very curious about the identity of the maidservants who replaced Yang Chen in the Chunyang Palace. On this point, Yang Chen did not hide anything. He directly told Sect Master Wang and the Elder that he had been trying to refine the immortal beheading platform for the past few years. However, he did not tell them the results of the refinement. As for the identity of the maidservants, Yang Chen also directly told them. They were the maidservants of Madame Bai, Ancestor Lu's wife. He knew her in the spiritual realm and helped her all the way to the celestial realm. Yang Chen promised Madame Bai to help find Ancestor Lu in the celestial realm, so the maidservants helped Yang Chen in the sect. The relationship between Ancestor Lu's wife and Yang Chen was so good, which was unexpected good news for Sect Master Wang and the Elder. If Yang Chen could really handle it well, the new heavenly court did not have to worry about Ancestor Lu's counterattack at all, even though they had not found Ancestor Lu's whereabouts until now. Who wouldn't be happy to have one less enemy of such a master? After encouraging Yang Chen and telling him to have a good relationship with Madame Bai, Sect Master Wang finally asked the purpose of Yang Chen's contact this time. The 6 Zhao family captives were thrown out, and they were basically in a state of collapse, answering whatever was asked. From their mouths, Sect Master Wang and the core elder learned for the first time that the celestial realm still had a divine realm that had not yet formed a complete world. This news directly shocked the two of them. The existence of the Holy Realm was known by the new Jade Emperor, which also meant that the core senior members of the Profound Heaven sect must know. But it was the first time they heard of the divine realm, especially that this possible formed world was actually in the hands of the Zhao family, which made them even more restless. Sect Master Wang and the core elder asked a lot of questions and asked in great detail. After asking, they did not take the people away, but asked Yang Chen to hand these people over to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Dealing with the Zhao family is everyone's business. We can't just let our Profound Heaven sect contribute, can we? Sect Master Wang explained to Yang Chen with a smile. This meeting with Yang Chen had uncovered a layer of mystery of the Zhao family, and they could also take the opportunity to let the Zhao family fight with the major sect. It was a great thing. This is one thing. Yang Chen nodded and agreed. After taking back the 6 captives, he once again made a request to Sect Master Wang and the Elder. There is another thing, but I want to ask for help. This disciple wants to find a safe and worry-free core mountain gate for the sect, but we need to face a lot of great demon masters, so I also ask the sect to support this disciple with a group of masters. Without waiting for Sect Master Wang and the Elder to question, Yang Chen directly explained, I am afraid that the maids of Madame Bai are not easy to use, and the loss of one will be a big trouble. And their cultivation, to be honest, is not the top kind. This disciple needs a group of top masters to help. Once successful, Chunyang Palace can rest easy. He only said that he wanted to occupy a core mountain gate cave, but he did not say what specifically. Sect Master Wang and the core elder also tacitly did not ask much. It was just a very high-level cave. Yang Chen's previous experience of killing hundreds of thousands of cultivators, which of them was not a good place? However, since Yang Chen said it so solemnly, it must be a good place, so there was no need to ask more. Everyone understood the truth that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The core senior members of the Profound Heaven sect now regarded Chunyang Palace as the most perfect retreat, so Yang Chen's request did not make them feel very difficult. However, such a big thing could not be completely settled by Sect Master Wang and another elder, so they immediately rushed back and let Yang Chen wait here, waiting for the results of their discussion. In addition, the Jade Emperor must also know about the God Realm, and it could not be delayed. The response of the Profound Heaven sect was very fast. After Yang Chen sent the 6 Zhao family captives to the Green Jade Immortal Island to inform, they immediately received the news of the meeting. While the Green Jade Immortal Island quickly convened all parties to discuss matters, Yang Chen had once again met with Sect Master Wang. This time, Sect Master Wang directly gave Yang Chen an Immortal's Cave magic weapon. Chapter 2609. This is half of my Shentian sect's assets, I will hand it over to you. Sect Master Wang, accompanied by 2 other core elders, gave the magic treasure to Yang Chen. It was said to be half of the assets, but in fact, it was only half of the assets that the Shentian sect had secretly arranged. That was the power of the Shentian sect hidden in the dark, ready to counterattack at the most dangerous time at any time and anywhere. The arrangement was so secretive that there would be a few peerless masters in some small sect. However, these peerless masters only knew that they would be ordered to act at some time, but they did not know which sect they were loyal to. What Yang Chen had now received was nearly 3,000 peerless masters. In a short period of time, the Shentian sect gathered all these masters and sent them to Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen directly arranged for them to enter Chunyang Palace. From then on, they would be disciples of Chunyang Palace. At the same time, their sect would also be incorporated into Chunyang Palace. Almost every big sect would have such arrangements just in case. Unfortunately, whether it was the Taishanmen in the mortal world or the Shentian sect in the spiritual world, they were forced to reveal their hidden assets in the constant battle losses. Fortunately, the immortal world had not yet faced such a disaster, and the Shentian sect still had a large number of backups. Yang Chen was overjoyed. Of course, the more good things like this, the better. As for how to deal with so many masters, it was too simple. No matter how strong the master was, in front of Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza, would they dare to be called masters? Whether it was in terms of seniority, cultivation, or realm, Ancestor Lu could subdue them firmly and make them the core disciples of Chunyang Palace. This time, what Yang Chen brought to the Zhao family cultivators of the Green Jade Immortal Island was definitely a big secret to all parties. As soon as the Realm of Gods came out, all parties were shocked and began to track down the location of the Realm of Gods. Not to mention that the Zhao family was a big enemy of all parties. Just the Realm of Gods alone was enough to make all parties drool. This was not a world that was not suitable for cultivation like the Devil Realm or the Monster Realm, where one had to sleep with one's eyes open after entering. Instead, it was a world that could be controlled by oneself and could accommodate perfect cultivation. Which sect did not want such a good thing? Why would the Zhao clan be disloyal? Wasn't it because they saw the potential of the immortal world and the possibility of replacing the immortal world? Even the Zhao clan was tempted by such a good thing, so how many cultivators could resist the temptation? Everyone began to dig 3 feet into the ground in search of the Zhao clan and the God world. A whirlwind swept through the immortal world. However, these things had nothing to do with Yang Chen. The top priority at the moment was to deal with the giant kraken and solve the core mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace. As for the God world, not to mention that all the major sect were running around to investigate, Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Even if he was in a hurry, Yang Chen would rather wait for big brother Li Cheng to return. He believed that with his reborn ability as a Dao ancestor, he could easily grasp the location of the God world. Yang Chen handed the cave abode and the hidden experts to Patriarch Lu for him to subdue, then he went straight to the capital of the Heavenly Court. This time, Yang Chen naturally had to pay a visit to his father-in-law, Zhu Tianjun. Last time, Zhu Xianying was not around, and it was not convenient for Yang Chen and Neza to be together. This time, he wanted to ask for Zhu Tianjuan's help. Of course, he had to meet Zhu Tianjun face to face and explain things clearly. The Heavenly Lord residence was instantly filled with joy when his beloved daughter returned home with his mistress. Madam of the Heavenly Lord residence happily prepared a delicious meal for Yang Chen and his family. In the eyes of the Heavenly Lord and Madam of the Heavenly Lord, their son-in-law was good in every way except for the fact that he had a lot of wives and concubines. However, the children had their own blessings. Since their daughter was happy, that was more important than anything else. After the family dinner, Madam of the Heavenly Lord residence brought Zhu Xianying and the other women to the back garden to chat. Only then did Yang Chen and Zhu Tianjun go to the study alone. A few hundred years ago, you dismissed those heavenly soldiers who were guarding the immortal slaying platform. Why? After settling down, the first thing Zhu Tianjun asked was about the immortal slaying platform. At that time, Yang Chen was afraid that Yang Jian would vent his anger on those heavenly soldiers. He was also afraid that those heavenly soldiers would see Neza kill them, so he dismissed them. This happened in the Heavenly Court's capital, so it was impossible to hide it. However, There was no movement from the immortal slaying platform for more than 500 years, so everyone let it go. I wanted to refine the immortal slaying platform, but I was afraid that they would get in the way. Of course, young Chen had to answer his father-in-law's question. However, he only told half of the truth. He had to hide the other half. Zhu Tianjun had just drunk a mouthful of tea in his mouth, and the tea bowl and lid in his hand were almost thrown out. He stared at young Chen with his big glasses, coughed a few times, and said, "You really dare to think." What was the immortal slaying platform? It was a Dharma treasure personally refined by the Tao ancestor to kill thousands of immortals. How many innumerable tribulation true immortals had designs on it? However, once they made a move, they would immediately be attacked by the immortal slaying platform. At worst, they would be seriously injured, and in serious cases, they would be turned into ashes on the spot. Yang Chen was just a golden immortal who had just entered the Zenith Heaven golden immortal realm. How dare he covet the immortal slaying platform 500 years ago? However, on second thought, perhaps Yang Chen really had a unique advantage over others. Yang Chen was the executioner of the immortal slaying platform, so the immortal slaying platform would not repel Yang Chen. This could be seen from the fact that Yang Chen was now standing in front of him unscathed. What's the result? Zhu Tianjun suddenly became interested and asked carefully. I've refined half of it. Yang Chen did not dare to tell the whole truth. Anyway, he told sect leader Wang of the Shentian sect that it was in the middle of refining and had not yet been refined. So, he would just take it as a unified statement. Do you need help? Zhu Tianjuan's interest was aroused. The immortal slaying platform, if it was really refined by Yang Chen, it would be a great thing for Zhu Tianjun. After all, this was his son-in-law. In the end, he was his family and a help to his family. Don't worry about refining it, Lord Zhu. Yang Chen told the truth, but quickly changed the topic to help. However, there is something that I do need your help with. Zhu Tianjuan's interest was aroused. He did not even need help refining the immortal slaying platform. Instead, he needed help with something else. How could he not be tempted? He hurriedly urged Yang Chen to tell him what it was. I want to find a core sect for my Chunyang palace. Yang Chen generously said his purpose with reservations, but the strength of my sect is still a little bit worse, and I need the help of a few top masters. I don't know if the Lord of Heaven is interested in taking action. Yes. Of course I am. Zhu Tianjun slapped the table and laughed. He had been bored out of his mind staying in the heavenly court's capital all these years. With such a good opportunity to help his son-in-law, Zhu Tianjun was willing to help. Chapter 26:10. If it was something ordinary, Zhu Tianjun would not help. He was a dignified Lord of Heaven. How could he show the nobility of a Lord of Heaven if he only intervened for a small matter? How could Zhu Tianjun not know that Yang Chen had cheated hundreds of thousands of cultivators when he went to various places to collect cave abodes? The core mountain gate that Yang Chen wanted to collect actually needed help, which could only explain one point, that the core mountain gate was not generally difficult to take. Judging from Yang Chen's tone, it seemed that even if Zhu Tianjun was willing to help, he might not be able to take over the core mountain gate. It was definitely a challenge. Even though he did not know what the goal was, Zhu Tianjun was sure that it would be the biggest challenge in history. Perhaps this battle would be comparable to the one that caused the upheaval in the heavenly court. As a Lord of Heaven, how could he not care about the challenge? He had to go, he had to go. By the way, don't you have a group of infinite tribulation true immortal girls in your sect? Zhu Tianjun seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked, aren't they enough? They are Madame Bai's maids. Yang Chen knew what Zhu Tianjun meant. He wanted to know the identity of the maids and was afraid that Yang Chen would add a few more sisters to Zhu Xianying and the others. So, Yang Chen revealed their identity. Even with them, it's still not enough. Madame Bai? Which Madame Bai? Zhu Tianjun asked, just like Lin Zhengyuan. White Peony, Madame Bai. Yang Chen answered with a smile. Which White Peony? Zhu Tianjun did not realize it at first. When he thought of it, he opened his eyes wide and asked Yang Chen. That Madame Bai. Yang Chen nodded. He liked to see the shock on people's faces when they found out who Madame Bai was. He was looking forward to Zhu Tianjuan's reaction when he saw Ancestor Lu. Zhu Tianjun was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and could not say anything for a long time. After he finally accepted the fact, he remembered what Yang Chen had said at the end. "Aren't they enough? I still need a few helpers." Yang Chen didn't directly state his goal, but he still made a request. "I want someone trustworthy. I do have some loyal subordinates here." After pondering for a while, Zhu Tianjun said, "Absolutely trustworthy, but even with them, I'm afraid it's still not enough." Zhu Tianjuan's subordinates were clearly no match for him. Therefore, adding another group of people would only increase the group's strength a little, but it would not cause any fundamental changes. "We are close friends with Marshal Lin's son in the spiritual realm. Madame Bai also admires him. We can consider asking Marshal Lin for help." Yang Chen was not afraid of letting Zhu Tianjun know, so he told him about his family's friendship with Lin Zhengyuan. "Let's go find him now." In fact, Zhu Tianjun had long known about the relationship between Lin Zhengyuan and Yang Chen's family. However, after Lin Zhengyuan ascended, he immediately returned to the Lin mansion and lived in seclusion. It seemed that he had comprehended a lot, so Zhu Tianjun did not disturb him. Now that he needed their help, he naturally went to ask for their help. Marshal Lin was much more amiable than the rumors said. Of course, this might have something to do with Zhu Tianjun bringing Yang Chen directly to him. He also showed great concern for Yang Chen. Even though it was only the first time they met, it was like a spring breeze, very comfortable. Not long after meeting Marshal Lin, Yang Chen met Lin Jingyuan. As soon as they met, Yang Chen and Lin Jingyuan congratulated each other. For no other reason, Lin Jingyuan had also entered the ranks of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. When Lin Jingyuan went to the lower realm, he was already a Golden Immortal. After so many years, coupled with his experience in the spiritual realm, he had benefited a lot. In particular, Tianyuan Elixir had greatly improved Lin Jingyuan's cultivation. Now his cultivation was at the middle stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, at least 2 small realms higher than Yang Chen's family. Obviously, Marshal Lin was more aware of the identity of Madame Bai and the maids. Whether it was Yang Chen or Chunyang Palace, his attitude was very close. He even did not wait for Zhu Tianjun and Yang Chen to say the purpose of his visit. He took the initiative to ask if there was anything he needed, and the Lin family would do their best to help. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony. He directly said that he came to ask for help. The cause and effect was the same as what he said to Zhu Tianjun. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side immediately nodded. Marshal Lin immediately summoned his most loyal subordinates and rushed to Chunyang Palace in the near future. Lin Zhengyuan immediately followed Yang Chen. If there was anything he needed, he just said it directly. His straightforwardness was surprising. "Do you know? My old man said that I could meet you and Madame Bai in the spiritual realm, which has proved that he was right to send me to the mortal world." After Lin Jingyuan and Yang Chen came out, he said this to Yang Chen. To be honest, Lin Jingyuan seemed to be very happy to see Yang Chen. "I'm happy that you can come to me and my home when you are in trouble." Only when they were really close would they think of each other's help when they were in trouble. Before, no matter how big the trouble Yang Chen was in, he did not look for Lin Jingyuan. Later, it proved that Yang Chen handled those things very well, which meant that it was not a trouble at all. This time, when Yang Chen took the initiative to visit him, Lin Jingyuan really felt that Yang Chen treated him as a friend. "Don't be rude when you see Ancestor Lu in the future." Yang Chen did not mind reminding this guy who treated him as a friend. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. I understand." Lin Jingyuan knew what to do and was even more ecstatic. Some things did not need to be said much, one sentence was enough. Lin Jingyuan saw that Yang Chen did not look like he was returning to Chunyang Palace, so he could not help asking, "Where are we going next?" "To find Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and the others." Yang Chen did not hide anything from Lin Jingyuan, directly stating his destination. If the dragon race is willing to make a move, the chances of success will increase significantly. Ao Lan and Ao Lai were also Lin Jingyuan's friends. Everyone got along pretty well in the spiritual realm. However, Lin Zhengyuan heard something different from Aolan's words. Right now, Aolan and Aolai's cultivation was about the same as Yang Chen's and Lin Zhengyuan's. They would not be of much help. Asking the dragon race to make a move would definitely mean asking the peak experts of the dragon race to make a move. If the peak experts of the dragon race were to make a move, the chances of success would only increase and not be certain. Lin Zhengyuan could not imagine how dangerous the core sect that Yang Chen was looking for was. When we see Aolan and the others, we will naturally understand. Yang Chen did not mind that Lin Zhengyuan could guess how troublesome this matter was. However, since Lin Zhengyuan asked, Yang Chen would just tell him first. After all, it was just a matter of time, it was not a big deal. I have the whereabouts of a great Kuan. It still needs a few thousand years before it can transform into a great rock. I will make use of this opportunity to see if I can place the core sect of my Chunyang Palace on the back of a great Kuan. That way, it will be as safe as Mount Tai. Chapter 26:11. When Lin Zhengyuan heard about a Kuan, his body started to tremble. This was not fear, it was excitement. Even though Lin Zhengyuan was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal like Yang Chen and might not be of any use when facing a Kuan, he still could not help but tremble in excitement. In the three realms, there were always things that transcended the world. The Kuan was one of them. It did not even need to be ranked according to the cultivation of cultivators. Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and Myriad Tribulation True Immortal did not apply to it. As the son of Marshal Lin, he would definitely be very knowledgeable. The more one knew, the more one would revere this world. At this moment, Lin Zhengyuan could not help but admire Yang Chen. He admired his boldness, his recklessness, and his daring to do things. Even if the general cultivators knew about the news of a big Kuan, they could only secretly pretend that they didn't know and then escape as far as they could. Only people like Yang Chen would think of using a big Kuan as the core of their own sect. Let's go. Let's go and find Aolan. Lin Zhengyuan trembled in excitement. He could not care about anything else and took the initiative to pull Yang Chen to find Aolan. Yang Chen didn't worry about him. He followed Lin Zhengyuan and flew far away. Lin Zhengyuan calmed down from his excitement, stopped flying, and asked, "Where are we going? Aren't we going to find Aolan and the others?" Yang Chen asked curiously. "You are the one who brought me out." Since Lin Zhengyuan started flying, they had already flown from the Marshal's residence to the Heavenly Court's capital. That was about 500,000 kilometers. It was not a short distance. Did Lin Zhengyuan not know what he was doing? Where are we going to find them? Lin Zhengyuan really calmed down. He naturally told Yang Chen that he did not know where the dragon race was. "I don't know where they are." "You don't know where they are, yet you still brought us so far?" Yang Chen nearly slapped Lin Zhengyuan. He wanted Lin Zhengyuan to reflect on his actions. He didn't know and still brought everyone so far away, causing Yang Chen to think that his memory was wrong and that the Dragon Clan wasn't in the place he remembered. 9 out of 10 cultivators in the Immortal Plane don't know where the Dragon Clan is. Is there anything strange about me not knowing? Lin Zhengyuan also felt somewhat embarrassed. However, directly admitting it would be too embarrassing. So he stubbornly retorted, "However, the direction should not be wrong. Aolan is a water dragon. She definitely lives in the sea. If you keep going in this direction, you'll reach the seaside." Hearing Lin Zhengyuan's words, Yang Chen completely rolled his eyes. This fellow, Lin Zhengyuan, simply did not know anything. He took it for granted that Aolan would live in the sea just because she was a water dragon. His empiricism would kill him. It was true that Aolan was a water dragon. However, Aolai was a fire dragon. Could it be that he also lived in the sea? The leader of the dragon clan in the immortal world was not a water dragon, nor had it been Ao Guang in the past. Why would anyone think that the dragon clan would definitely live in the sea? Perhaps this was the main reason why most cultivators could not find the Dragon Clan. They were restricted by common sense and could not think of any other options. Even if a few smart people thought of this, they overlooked even more things. Thus, not being able to find the Dragon Clan could be said to be a very normal thing. However, Yang Chen was very lucky. When the immortal world besieged Wn Laro Mo in his previous life, there was a master of the dragon clan who was killed by Wn Laro Mo. It was also from the mouth of Wn Laro Mo before his death that Yang Chen knew some places where the dragon clan might hide. Now, Yang Chen only needed to go to a few more places to verify it. Just like the spiritual realm, the immortal world also had natives. However, the natives of the immortal world had a lower status in the immortal world. Furthermore, most of them were only profound immortals. They would not make much progress in their cultivation, nor would they know many techniques. Thus, in the eyes of true cultivators, these natives were just ordinary people. The natives were also divided into humans and demons. The place that Yang Chen was going to now was the residence of the demon clan's natives. Although it was called a residence, it was actually a large mountain range. There were various kinds of demons living in it, and it could be said that they were enjoying themselves. The Dragon Palace was filled with Yang Chen's wives. Although Lin Zhengyuan was familiar with the women in the spiritual realm, he still had to avoid them in the immortal world. Thus, he had been rushing outside with Yang Chen. When he saw the place that Yang Chen brought him to, Lin Zhengyuan could not help but say nothing at first. However, when he saw that Yang Chen was going deeper and deeper, he could not help but frown. In the end, he could not help but open his mouth. What are we doing here? Lin Zhengyuan really couldn't stop himself from doubting it. There was a small mountain village ahead, and Lin Zhengyuan could tell at a glance that the few little monsters inside were just a few small snakes. Could it be that the dragon race could live in seclusion here? Those are just a few small snakes. Dragons don't live with snakes. Don't you even know this? Lin Zhengyuan asked. It is precisely because I know that no one can find the dragon clan, Yang Chen replied to Lin Zhengyuan angrily. This person was definitely a person who was blinded by common sense. What did it mean that dragons do not live with snakes? For a period of time, didn't Aolan, Aolai, and Shi Kuei get along well? Lin Zhengyuan momentarily stopped talking and did not say anything else. In this aspect, he could not argue with Yang Chen. This was because he suddenly remembered that Yang Chen was the executioner of the beheading immortal platform. Yang Chen knew many things that he would never know. Perhaps the existence of the Dragon Clan was one of these secrets. Why did he have to argue with Yang Chen about this? After gesturing for Lin Zhengyuan to shut up, Yang Chen strode into the mountain village. This mountain village was very serene. Using his spiritual sense to scan the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, he did not find any good spirit veins. There were only a few very ordinary Xian immortal grade spirit veins. True cultivators would not even bother to look at them. Only these aborigines would view them as treasures. There was a Xian immortal grade spirit vein in the mountain village. It did not have any cover and looked like a well. Beside the well, there was an old man sitting with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. When he felt comfortable, he would habitually stick out his tongue before immediately retracting it. With one look, one could tell that he was a snake. In the eyes of Yang Chen and Lin Zhengyuan, this kind of small demon aborigines did not have any cover at all. They could see through him with one look. Normally, Lin Zhengyuan would not even look at such small demons. However, he was shocked to discover that Yang Chen actually greeted this small demon very politely. This immediately gave Lin Zhengyuan a fright. After observing this small demon many times, no matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary small demon aborigine. He could not see anything special about it. Senior. Yang Chen cupped his hands and greeted the old man. He said very politely, I am a friend of Aolan and Aolai. I have some matters to discuss with them. I wonder if Senior knows where they are. The old man was quite frightened. He hurriedly stood up and returned the greeting. He hurriedly called out Immortal but could not say anything else. Chapter 26:12. After asking a few questions, Yang Chen realized that this old man might not even know Aolan and Aolai. This was clearly not the place Yang Chen was looking for where the dragon race lived. In the end, Yang Chen apologized to the old man and left with Lin Zhengyuan. I already said that the dragon race would not exist here. Lin Zhengyuan showed his foresight to Yang Chen after they were far away. There is not even a spirit vein. Even if the dragon race experts lived in seclusion, how could they cultivate? Yang Chen looked at Lin Jingyuan like he was a fool. Suddenly, he knocked Lin Jingyuan's head and asked, "Have you not recovered from your illness in the spiritual realm? Why do you still look like a fool?" Lin Jingyuan was about to flare up when he suddenly heard Yang Chen's words. "Didn't you stay in the Dragon Palace for a day? When did you see a dragon palace needing a spirit vein?" Yang Chen's words instantly made Lin Jingyuan think of the huge spirit vein map in the plaza of the Five Elements Dragon Palace. He immediately understood. That's right. Why would the dragon race need a spirit vein? They could mobilize all the spirit veins in the world at any time. Would it matter if there was a spirit vein in their seclusion or not? All of a sudden, Lin Zhengyuan was enlightened. The dragon race did not want people to know about their seclusion. Hence, they did everything in the opposite direction. Everyone thought that the dragon race would live in the dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. However, they were not. Everyone thought that dragons did not live with snakes. The dragon race would probably do the same. But the place where Yang Chen went next made Lin Zhengyuan, who had just figured it out, confused again. Wasn't Xiao Chen going to the demon race's settlement to look for the little snake demon? Why did Yang Chen go to a city of the demon race's aborigines? Not only was it a human city, but it was also a large human city. It was the capital of a sizable nation. Yang Chen did not care that it was nighttime. He headed straight for the palace. However, Lin Jingyuan was confused again. What is so hard to understand? Yang Chen looked at Lin Jingyuan with disdain. Only those who were familiar with Lin Jingyuan would understand that Lin Jingyuan's exaggerated expression was a tease. If it was someone else, they would definitely think that it was a provocation. Great seclusion in the imperial court. Originally, the most suitable place would be to live in seclusion in the heavenly court, but there are too many experts there, so it's not easy to hide. Yang Chen walked around the palace as if there was no one around him while talking to Lin Jingyuan. It's not bad in the court of the natives. No one would think of it. Lin Jingyuan had already noticed that this place was known as the Imperial Palace, but there didn't seem to be anyone on duty inside. He could sense that there were quite a few natives and servants around, but those servants were already deep in their dreams. That was why the two of them could swagger around without causing any chaos. However, Lin Jingyuan did not see when Yang Chen made his move. Therefore, Lin Jingyuan already vaguely felt that Yang Chen should have found the right place. Otherwise, the other party would not have put on such a posture to welcome them. The two walked all the way to the Great Hall of the Imperial Palace where they discussed state affairs. The doors to the Great Hall were wide open, but there was no one on duty. Yang Chen and Lin Jingyuan did not stand on ceremony and directly walked into the Great Hall. This junior is a friend of Aolan and Ao Lai. I have come to pay a visit because of some matters. Seniors, please grant me an audience. Yang Chen said loudly as he performed a cupped fist salute to the empty Great Hall. Lin Zhengyuan, who was at the side, followed suit, performing a cupped fist salute as well. The doors to the Great Hall slowly closed by themselves. However, there was no one in sight. After that, the entire Great Hall suddenly lit up. In an instant, Yang Chen and Lin Zhengyuan were already in another place. A group of dazzling palaces looked very familiar. With one glance, one could tell that this was a scene unique to the Divine Dragon Palace. After that, Yang Chen and Lin Jingyuan saw Aolan and Ao Lai. How is it? I already said that Yang Chen would definitely be able to find us. You did not believe me. Aolan and Ao Lai stood in front of Xiao Chen. Ao Lai even said to Aolan in a betting tone, "Don't forget, he is the executioner of the immortal killing platform." Greetings, seniors. Yang Chen did not speak to Aolan and Ao Lai directly. Instead, he paid his respects to the surroundings. Although Xiao Chen could not see anyone, he could imagine that there were countless dragon race seniors watching. In this place, Aolan and Ao Lai could be said to be the youngest of the younger generation. Yang Chen, you have so many supreme treasures of my dragon race on you. Could it be that you think that my dragon race does not dare to make a move on you? A deafening voice rang out, causing the surrounding palace to buzz. Or are you here to demonstrate your might? I am not demonstrating my might. I am here to ask for help. Yang Chen did not appear frightened at all. He said very calmly, I have met with some difficulties here and would like to seek help from a friend. Yang Chen was very calm. However, Lin Zhengyuan felt somewhat nervous. It was not fear. Instead, it was the kind of spontaneous nervousness one would feel after meeting with the pressure of an expert and admitting that one was no match for that expert. He discovered that the expert who spoke could easily crush him with just a bit of his aura. It would be a lie if Xiao Chen was not nervous when meeting with such a super expert. Chunyang Palace has a great reputation recently. Will you seek help from others? That loud voice asked again. However, this question gave a signal. Although the dragon race lived in seclusion, they knew everything that was going on outside. Of course. Yang Chen nodded casually. Isn't it normal to seek help from a friend if one cannot win? Furthermore, the supreme treasure of the dragon race that I am carrying was given to me by Ao Guang. If you are not happy, you can go and reason with him. Ao Guang was already dead. He had been killed by Yang Chen's Yang Chen. Who could he go and reason with? Although Yang Chen's answer seemed to be a little weak, his answer also contained some of his own emotions. He was not here to be troubled by the experts of the dragon race. Whoever had a magic treasure of the dragon race was not something that the dragon race could control. Since you have taken the magic treasure of the dragon race, why didn't you refine it properly? Instead, you changed it like this. What is the reason? After another question, Yang Chen finally understood. It turned out that there was a problem with the magic treasure, which made the experts of the dragon race unhappy. The magic treasure is given to others, so it is their magic treasure. They can refine it however they want. Why do you care so much? Ao Lai directly spoke for Yang Chen. His casual tone made it impossible for people to believe that Ao Lai was actually the youngest in the dragon race. Ancestor, don't always put on the face of our dragon race. Everyone has their own way of doing things. They may not be worse than us. Is that so? Then take out the modified magic treasure and let us compete. Let's see who is better and who is worse. The ancestor that Ao Lai mentioned did not show up. He only said in the dark, if you can really refine better than the dragon race, then it is not impossible for you to go out and help a friend. However, if the refining is worse, I am afraid that these things will have to be left behind. Chapter 26:13. After merging Ao Guang and Ao Sen's Dragon Pagoda and adding the wishful Golden Pagoda, this brand new Dragon Pagoda attracted everyone's attention the moment it appeared. The dazzling golden design and the noble aura it gave off deterred Ao Lan and Ao Lai from believing that this was the product of merging two Dragon Pagodas. However, it did not look like the other party had any malicious intent. This was clear from Ao Lai's attitude. It was just that he was unhappy with Yang Chen for changing the dragon race's magic treasure refinement method. This was easy to resolve. If the other party wanted to see it, then let him see it. Ao Lan covered her mouth and laughed. Only now did Lin Zhengyuan react. Ao Lan and Ao Lai were actually still in human form. Although this was common in the spiritual realm, did the two of them act like this before the dragon race seniors? Many thanks, senior. Yang Chen thanked them without saying anything else. In any case, these dragon race experts were of high seniority. Their words were like spilled water, they would not go back on their word. Ao Lan and Ao Lai's great-grandfather did not show himself. However, this did not prevent him from knowing that Yang Chen was going to bring out the Dragon Pagoda the moment Xiao Tian appeared. The attributes of the two Dragon Pagodas are completely different. The Tao and the demonic Tao are incompatible. Given this fellow's cultivation, forcefully merging them is just a joke. The great-grandfather who did not show himself spoke even faster than the Dragon Pagoda. He did not even wait for Xiao Tian to bring out the Dragon Pagoda before commenting. Bang! Ao Lan sent Ao Lai flying with a kick. Ao Lan did not know what to say about this Ao Lai. Ao Lai appeared ignorant and incompetent. This was simply embarrassing. As Ao Lan sighed, he seemed to feel that it was a pity. Only at this moment did Xiao Tian bring out the Dragon Pagoda under Yang Chen's control. Since it is this Dragon Pagoda, it is suitable. The great-grandfather's voice rang out. He was very satisfied with the dragon pagoda. Are there any other magic treasures that can be refined? If you can take out something that can make this old man speechless, then I can make the decision to help you. Yang Chen could even sense several dozen pairs of eyes focused on the Taiji golden ball. His heart skipped a beat. It looked like these dragon race seniors cared about the Taiji golden ball. However, they could not get Yang Chen to take it out directly. Hence, they said those things earlier. This. The surprised voice of the hidden ancestor rang out from his hiding spot. The familiar aura from the Golden Dragon Pagoda left him in disbelief. However, the aura was so real that it couldn't be faked. He could only say that word in frustration. Pretend I didn't say anything. Sure, a black and white Tai Chi golden ball appeared beside Yang Chen, and it was naked in front of the elders of the dragon tribe. The Dragon Palace and the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle in the immortal realm are basically refined in the same way. The Grand Elder wasn't particularly surprised by the fusion of the two magical treasures. It was a very normal technique. This is just a dragon palace with a few more attributes. It's not surprising. It's a technique of my dragon clan, so it doesn't count as you refining it. Ao Lan and Ao Lai had seen this many times in the spirit realm, so they were not surprised at all. Ao Lan was still fine, but Ao Lai even had a flaunting expression on his face. It was as if he was saying to those great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers, "Look, my friend's magical treasure is not bad, right?" The profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle merged with the Five Elements Dragon Palace and became a small cave abode that could be used for traveling and living. When Yang Chen took it out, he didn't get the approval of the dragon tribe's ancestor. Even though he made Ao Lan and Ao Lai's ancestor suffer a loss, Yang Chen still admired his judgment. He hadn't even seen the two dragon pagodas before. Just by listening to Ao Lan and Ao Lai's description, he could roughly understand it. Even the solution was very accurate. This was the standard. Since this one didn't work, then the Five Elements cable hook and the Mountain River geographical map were probably normal techniques. The dragon horn was used as a refining material. The gourd and the sea-pouring jasper cup were also not in his hands. Then, the only thing he could take out was the Taiji golden ball transformed from the golden bell. In order to show that he was not speaking without thinking, the ancestor did not hesitate to give a solution that he thought was very reliable. To solve this problem, there must be a very strong magic treasure of the same type, able to suppress the two dragon pagodas separately. Then, the barrier can be clear and yet merge with each other, maintaining the characteristics of the main body and complementing each other. How unfortunate. That's right. Yang Chen replied with a smile, this junior's luck is not bad. Whoosh. There was a very clear sound of wind. Yang Chen stood where he was without moving. Ding. The Taiji golden ball was struck by a strand of golden light. Suddenly, a small part of it deflated. Then, it quickly bulged up again. There didn't seem to be any change. Ao Lai was not as ladylike as Ao Lan. He laughed directly and did not give his ancestor any face at all. After laughing for a while, he asked Yang Chen, which tower did Xiao Tian refine and integrate to become so golden and magnificent? Wishful Golden Pagoda? Good name, good sign. Ao Lai exaggeratedly extended his thumb and praised a few times. Then, he pouted and said, I have never heard of it. The first to take out was Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's dragon pagoda could be said to be the most important thing for the dragon race. Especially after the fusion of Ao Guang and Ao Sen's dragon pagoda, it was a combination of the strengths of the two families. But how powerful it was, Yang Chen did not actually feel it. Over the years, he used the immortal beheading saber the most, and the dragon pagoda was secondary. Ao Lan and Ao Lai made a good friend. The ancestor also said with a smile and then gave Yang Chen a promise. What do you want to help with? We agree. The wishful golden pagoda. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Good. Your magic treasure is really extraordinary to be able to withstand the attack of an infinitely stage true immortal. The owner of the voice, the ancestor mentioned by Ao Lai, appeared directly. He was also a strong man. Maintaining his human form, he walked to a place not far from Yang Chen and began to carefully observe the Taiji golden ball. Not only did he observe, but he also stretched out his hand to touch and feel the details of the Taiji golden ball. The wishful golden pagoda of the pagoda-bearing king? The ancestor asked in surprise. Only then did Ao Lai understand what kind of magic treasure the wishful golden pagoda was. Elder sister Ao Lan and Ao Lai are friends. If you want to see it, just tell me directly. Yang Chen smiled and let the ancestor observe it carefully. At the same time, he also expressed his attitude. It turned out that the ancestor of the dragon race did not make things difficult for Yang Chen because he took the magic treasure of the dragon race. Instead, it was because Yang Chen had refined some of the dragon race's magic treasures. Chapter 26:14. What was this? Yang Chen felt that good things came a little too easily, so that he couldn't believe what had happened. It was that simple. Yang Chen could more or less guess the reason why the dragon race did this. The other party did not have any ill intentions. They might have wanted to use this opportunity to remind him not to make any mistakes while refining the two dragon pagodas. In the end, they discovered that everything was fine with the wishful golden pagoda. Their good intentions had been wasted. Wasn't this embarrassing? This was especially so after the Taiji golden ball appeared. This ancestor was very enthusiastic about it. Clearly, the dragon race was dissatisfied with the defensive capabilities of the golden bell. However, the dragon race was very few in number. Furthermore, to a certain extent, the dragon race did not recognize the cultivators of other races. Therefore, even if there were problems, they could not find suitable people to discuss with. Cultivation was not something that could be improved by closing the door. Sometimes, one person's plan was not as good as two. When one person was researching in a small area, it was inevitable that they would get stuck in a dead end. This was a great taboo in cultivation. It could lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, even the dragon race needed to find experts of the same level to discuss. Yang Chen happened to be a friend of Ao Lan and Ao Lai. He had helped the dragon race with many things and could be considered a friend of the dragon race. Furthermore, the Taiji golden ball that Yang Chen refined was indeed eye-catching. This was probably one of the reasons why this ancestor was so fascinated by the details of the Taiji golden ball. However, Yang Chen's cultivation was comparable to Ao Lan and Ao Lai's. However, compared to these veteran experts of the dragon race who had been in the immortal world for who knows how many years, it was unknown how many times worse he was. Could his own cultivation really be noticed by the experts of the dragon race? Cultivation is not important. This ancestor of the dragon race clearly saw through Yang Chen's confusion. He explained to Yang Chen, "We have seen many experts with high cultivation. What we need are cultivators with great imagination, not experts. Do you understand?" Understood. Yang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood what this ancestor meant. The dragon race was indeed a race blessed by the heavens. Cultivation had never been a problem for them. The problem was that his way of thinking had been restricted, and he lacked the breakthrough thinking to guide his path of cultivation. Therefore, they did not care about Yang Chen's cultivation. They only cared about Yang Chen's creativity of changing the golden bell into the Taiji golden ball. Ao Lan and Ao Lai hold you in high esteem. I just want to see how this outstanding little fellow they speak of is like. I hope you do not mind. What surprised Yang Chen was that this ancestor of the dragon clan actually took the initiative to explain to Yang Chen. Furthermore, there was a hint of apology in his tone, which made Yang Chen feel overwhelmed by the favor. You flatter me. You flatter me. Since the other party's attitude was good, Yang Chen didn't dare to be arrogant. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards the other party politely. Honestly speaking, Yang Chen was rather surprised. All along, the dragon race had always given others an aloof and arrogant attitude. This was something that could be felt from the time they first came into contact with Ao Lai, Ao Lan, and the other Long family experts. Even Ao Sen, Long Can, Long Q, and the others had a similar feeling of superiority. Suddenly, an ancestor-level expert of the dragon race became so easygoing. This was truly strange. It is not strange. This ancestor of the dragon race was like a spirit. With one glance, he could tell what Yang Chen was thinking. He said straightforwardly, We have never put on airs with our true friends. Yang Chen accepted this explanation. Actually, the dragon race was still a proud race. It was just that they did not have many true friends. However, once one became a friend of the dragon race, they would treat you as family. Following that, the ancestor of the dragon race asked many questions about the Tai Chi golden ball. He even asked about the details of refining it. Yang Chen did not hide much. He directly explained his experience of using the heavenly tribulation to temper himself. He also explained the details very clearly. After all, the Tai Chi golden ball was developed from the dragon race's golden bell. As for the specific development, Yang Chen had only found his own path. He still needed the advice of these dragon race seniors. Only 3 members of the dragon race appeared. However, everyone chatted happily. Yang Chen could feel the harmonious atmosphere. It was very comfortable. The ancestor of the dragon race did not put on any airs of a senior. He looked like an easygoing and amiable man. If not for the fact that he was able to maintain his youthful appearance, he might have the image of a benevolent grandfather. Ao Lan and Ao Lai's expression towards this ancestor was not the kind of pure reverence that juniors had when they saw their elders. Instead, it was mixed with many kinds of emotions. There was respect, there was joy, there was equal communication, and there were even some harmless little pranks. When they spoke, they were not afraid of meat or vegetables. It was a bit similar to the feeling of Yang Chen and Yang Jian being together with Neza. It could not be denied that this feeling was very good. If Ao Lan and Ao Lai go together, will they be able to help? When everyone was almost done chatting, the ancestor of the dragon race took the initiative to mention the matter of Yang Chen asking for reinforcements. In the ancestor's opinion, Ao Lan and Ao Lai should be able to deal with the trouble that Yang Chen was in if they went together. One had to know that Ao Lan and Ao Lai had eaten the heavenly essence pill before. Right now, their cultivations were much higher than Yang Chen's. I don't think so. Yang Chen shook his head. Ao Lan and Ao Lai's cultivations were only higher than Yang Chen's. However, they were still Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. They were not people that Yang Chen wanted to invite. What if we include the Long brothers? The ancestor asked again. The Long brothers who ascended with you, Long Quang, Long Can, and Long Q. The Long brothers did not appear. Perhaps it was because the dragon race had strict rules. Perhaps it was because of some other reason. In any case, when Yang Chen came, he did not see them. They are cultivating. The ancestor of the dragon race smiled and explained, not waiting for Yang Chen to ask. Long Can and Long Q's situation is a little special. As you know, they need the help of the Long brothers for their cultivation. They are at a crucial moment. Yang Chen nodded to express his understanding. However, he still answered the ancestor's earlier question. Senior, I'm afraid that even with the Long brothers, it will not be enough. This junior is here to invite an expert like you to make a move. Me? The ancestor of the dragon race was somewhat astonished. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, Are you sure? That's right. Yang Chen answered very seriously. Actually, this junior has invited a few other friends. However, they are still a little weaker. Furthermore, one of them has some misunderstanding with the dragon race. We are all friends. This junior hopes that we can all get along peacefully. This time, this junior has brought the sincerity of that junior's friend. Yang Chen took out the dragon tendon belt and presented it to the ancestor with both hands. Chapter 26:15. The dragon race's ancestor received the belt with a complicated expression. After feeling it for a while, he sighed and asked, Do you know why there are so many of us old fellows, but I am the only one to appear? Without waiting for Yang Chen to reply, the ancestor gave the answer. Actually, it is because of this belt. Seeing the confused expressions of Ao Lan and Ao Lai, the ancestor explained, The aura of this belt is very special. You guys can't feel it, but us old fellows can. We originally thought that you would not take it out. After explaining to Ao Lan and Ao Lai, the ancestor turned to Yang Chen and said in a slightly vicissitude tone, If you don't say anything, you will still be a friend of Ao Lan and Ao Lai, a friend of the Long brothers, and a friend of this old man, but you will not become a friend of the entire dragon clan. Ao Bing's belt made of dragon tendon was probably a sore point for the dragon race. Furthermore, Neza had used some unknown method to make Ao Bing's aura very special. Even through the merit ring, experts could sense it. Perhaps Neza had provoked Ao Bing because he was angry when he was young? Xiao Chen did not know about these old matters. In any case, most of the dragon race seniors here had sensed the aura of the dragon tendon belt, but only one had appeared. Yang Chen had already sensed that when the ancestor of the dragon race obtained the dragon tendon belt, dozens of figures appeared in the surroundings. All of them were in human form. Clearly, the dragon race had given Yang Chen enough face this time. At the same time, everyone's appearance meant that the members of the dragon race had basically acknowledged Yang Chen as a friend. It was undeniable that the dragon race was indeed a powerful race. Even though they were few in number, any one of these experts could kill Lin Jingyuan in an instant. Even Ao Lan and Ao Lai had such strength. Compared to the dragon race, the cultivation aptitude and speed of humans were much slower. "What else did your friend say?" An extremely beautiful woman who had just appeared walked leisurely to the side of the ancestor of the dragon race. She very naturally took the dragon tendon belt from his hands and stroked it a few times before asking Yang Chen. "Yes, although I really want to say that he's very sorry. Back then, he was young and didn't know any better. Both sides are at fault." Yang Chen pondered for a moment, organized his words, and shook his head. "But considering his personality, I can only apologize that he didn't say much. Indeed, it's only natural that he didn't say anything." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "If he said what you just wanted to say, I'm afraid he wouldn't be him." "What are you talking about?" "Great-grandmother." Ao Lai obviously didn't understand the content of the conversation between Yang Chen and the woman. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't understand the identity of Yang Chen's friend, so he asked in confusion. Basically, aside from Ao Lan and the few fellows from the Long clan who ascended with Ao Lai had to address any other member of the dragon race as great-grandfather or great-grandmother. It couldn't be helped. The difference in age and seniority made it impossible for Ao Lai not to address him. "This is a belt refined from Ao Bing's dragon tendons." The beautiful great-grandmother looked at Ao Lai benevolently and answered with a smile. After Yang Chen's friend killed him, he extracted his dragon tendons and refined it. "Do you understand now?" "Ao Bing? That sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before?" Ao Lai was as heartless as ever. He started muttering, "Someone must have killed our dragon race's senior and extracted his tendons to refine Dharma treasures. This fellow is actually still alive." Clearly, Ao Lai's concern was not right. Or rather, if one didn't know, Ao Lai's concern might be the concern of the normal dragon race. Ao Bing. Lin Jingyuan was also mulling over this name. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and shouted in surprise, "Neza? That friend of yours is Neza?" The moment he said that, all the experts of the dragon race focused their electric gazes on Lin Jingyuan. Immediately, Lin Jingyuan's voice was suppressed in his throat, unable to make any sound. At this time, Lin Jingyuan realized that mentioning Neza in front of the dragon race was indeed courting death. Didn't they see that even Yang Chen didn't take the initiative to mention Neza's name? Those experts of the dragon race didn't even mention it. Lin Jingyuan really wanted to slap himself in the face. How could he be so stupid? Neza was a taboo in the dragon race. Even their own people didn't mention it. Neza. Haha, I remember. Ao Lai was indeed different. Not only did he mention the name openly, but he also laughed. It was impossible to tell that he was mentioning the mortal enemy of the dragon race at all. What a powerful guy. It is said that he killed several experts of the ancestral generation. Ha ha ha. The group of experts of the dragon race looked at Ao Lai helplessly. They had no choice. This guy was the youngest junior in the dragon race. He was like a child. No one could ask him to do anything. Should they kill him just because he mentioned Neza once? Don't look at me like that. Ao Lai was very dissatisfied, especially when he was stared at by a group of great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers. The degree of his favor in the dragon race was obviously beyond Yang Chen and Lin Jingyuan's imagination. This was because he dared to directly mention many taboo topics. Didn't he just kill a few elders? Ao Bing. What's wrong with that? Yang Chen also killed Ao Senator. I don't see anyone treating him as an enemy. The group of dragon race was stunned. They seemed to have never thought about this problem. Thinking about it, Yang Chen also killed a member of the Dragon Clan, and it was in front of a group of Dragon Clan members. Similarly, the body of the Dragon Clan member was used to refine a magic weapon, but everyone regarded Yang Chen as a friend. Neza only killed a member of the dragon race, but everyone treated him as an enemy. It was the kind that couldn't be resolved for many years. It's not the same. The beautiful great-grandmother who came out later was stunned. She shook her head and said. But then she sighed and nodded. Actually, it's the same. What's the difference? Yang Chen understood what this great-grandmother meant. Yang Chen only killed Ao Sen to protect himself. Neza was in the same situation back then. If Ao Bing wanted to kill Neza, would Neza stretch out his neck and let him kill him? The only difference was that Neza's cultivation and reputation were much higher. He was not the kind that these ancestors of the dragon race could handle. According to Yang Chen's guess, these elders of the dragon race actually had such thoughts. I'm stronger than you, so I can forgive you and accept you. However, if you're too powerful, you'll have to fight tit for tat. Chapter 26:16. Fortunately, this great-grandmother of the Dragon Clan seemed to have realized this as well. After saying that, she passed the dragon tendon belt to the other experts of the Dragon Clan who had appeared, and returned it to her great-grandmother. Thank you for the news. The great-grandmother smiled at Yang Chen and said, we thought too much in the past. Your sincerity is great. Maybe next time, we can have a drink with him. Good news. This was definitely good news for Yang Chen. Didn't it mean that they were willing to live in peace with Neza, and were willing to let go of the unpleasant past? No matter what the cause was, it was all in the past, wasn't it? It's not that difficult. Yang Chen smiled and was genuinely happy. However, he didn't forget the other main purpose of coming. If possible, I would like to invite all of you to help. Please don't blame me for being careless. You're saying that you already have a friend like Neza, and you still need our help? This time, not only the great-grandfather and great-grandmother, but the other experts of the Dragon Clan also became interested. Something that even Neza wasn't confident in helping was indeed very tempting. It was hard not to be interested. More than that, Yang Chen smiled bitterly and continued, other than Neza, there's also my father-in-law, Zhu Tianjun, and Marshal Lin. Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin weren't at Neza's level, but they were all heavenly lords and marshals in the heavenly court. Which one of them didn't have some skills? Weren't these three experts enough? They had to be included. Other than that, Yang Chen didn't want to show that he was showing off his power and that he was really asking for help. Thus, he hesitated and decided to reveal all of his forces. There's also Erlang Xiansheng, as well as Patriarch Lu and Madame Bai. Erlang Xiansheng? Yang Jian? The beautiful great-grandmother asked in disbelief. Yang Chen nodded. Is Patriarch Lu that Lu Dongbin? The great-grandmother continued to ask. Yang Chen nodded again. Isn't this enough? Great-grandmother found it hard to believe. Besides plotting to usurp the throne, these experts were sufficient to accomplish anything in the immortal dimension, yet it was actually still insufficient. It's not enough. Yang Chen replied honestly, that's why I came to ask a friend for help. Tell me, what is it? Great-grandmother obviously had more say than the great-grandfather. As soon as she appeared, the great-grandfather basically stopped talking. Great-grandmother was the only one left to express, if it's really interesting, maybe we can go out and have a look. It's not bad to drink with Neza, Yang Jian, and Lu Dongbin. Although Yang Chen didn't specify what it was, many of the Dragon Clan's experts were eager to give it a try. They were all experts, but they lived in seclusion in the immortal world. How could such a powerful expert be willing to be ordinary? It was just that there had never been a suitable opportunity for them to make a move. Now, it could be said that Yang Chen had almost set up all the stages and was just waiting for them to perform. Come to think of it, I'm being selfish. Yang Chen did not hide the selfishness of doing things for his own sect, and said it generously. This younger generation junior found a big leviathan and wanted to build a core mountain gate on its back. I am afraid that the help of several seniors cannot guarantee that they can capture it alive, so this younger generation junior needs to find more friends to help. A large kuan. Even though the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon clan had seen many storms and even experienced major events like the change of the heavenly court, they had never thought of such a crazy idea. Building a core sect on the back of a large kuan. Yang Chen was really daring. Yes, senior. Yang Chen quickly affirmed, a big leviathan may be able to transform into a great peng in a few thousand years. Now, the dragon clan's experts completely understood. Yang Chen wanted to build a core sect on the back of a large kuan, so he needed to capture it alive. This was also why Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza couldn't guarantee it. These three guys could go in and out of the heavenly court. However, Yang Chen wanted to capture them alive, not kill them, so he wasn't sure. If he wanted to kill them, any one of them could probably do it. That's interesting, her great-grandmother exclaimed, not bothering to hide her interest in the matter. However, she still didn't agree immediately. Instead, she asked Yang Chen, if we join, what benefits will we get? Helping was one thing, but it wasn't without a price. Yang Chen and Neza were very straightforward about this. Their injuries were healed by Yang Chen, so they only helped this time to return the favor. Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin did it for Lin Zhengyuan and Zhu Xianying, as well as for the future Chunyang Palace. When it came to the Dragon Clan, it wasn't too much for them to ask directly what benefits there were. For now, this junior still doesn't know what seniors need. What does this junior have that can interest seniors? Yang Chen didn't intend to use experts without paying a price, but he made it very clear. Whatever seniors want, as long as this junior can do it, this junior can agree to it. His words were very confident, but the premise was that Yang Chen knew that the Dragon Clan wouldn't ask for anything that was too excessive. The Dragon Clan was a proud race. Their pride didn't allow them to make things difficult for Yang Chen. Hence, if they could ask for something, it would be very obvious that Yang Chen could do it. We need to discuss this. This was a big matter. This was the first time great-grandmother didn't make a decision directly. Instead, she wanted to discuss it with her clansmen. Yang Chen understood this very well. He watched as the group of Dragon Clan experts disappeared before his eyes, going somewhere to discuss. Ao Lan was also called in, leaving only Ao Lai to accompany Yang Chen and Lin Zhengyuan. At this moment, Lin Zhengyuan could finally relax. He was frightened just now. Trying to persuade the Dragon Clan and Neza in the Dragon Clan, Yang Chen was indeed very daring. Ao Lai was left behind because he was almost in the same boat as Yang Chen. Hence, he would definitely lean towards Yang Chen. The Dragon Clan didn't need such a person to participate in the discussion. Ao Lan would also lean towards Yang Chen, but she would at least make a more subtle suggestion. She wouldn't lean towards Yang Chen's side like Ao Lai. Soon, the Dragon Clan raised their conditions. If. Great-grandmother was the one who raised the conditions. If one day, you want to leave the three realms and become independent, bring us along. Chapter 26:17. What did they mean by leaving the three realms? At the very least, Lin Zhengyuan was confused. Leaving the three realms? How was that possible? Many members of the dragon race, including Ao Lan and Ao Lai, were equally confused. They had never thought of this possibility. Be it Lin Zhengyuan, Ao Lan, or Ao Lai, they all knew about the existence of the Mountain River geographical map. They also knew that Yang Chen had refined the complete demonic world and Yarrow world. However, that was just the Mountain River geographical map. It only had 2 worlds at most. Furthermore, the Mountain River geographical map was just a magic treasure. It could not leave the 3 realms. How could it be independent? However, Yang Chen understood. The dragon race actually made such a request. Yang Chen was very surprised. This meant that the dragon race definitely knew something about the sacred world. They might even know more than Yang Jian and Neza. Perhaps even the Zhao clan's deity world could not escape their notice. This condition sounded very relaxed. However, it might not be as simple as it seemed. At the very least, Yang Chen did not know if he could become independent from the three realms. However, the dragon race also mentioned bringing them along if possible. Yang Chen had no reason to reject. Sure. There was no need to be so wishy-washy at this moment. It was still uncertain. It was just a promise. If they could not even do this, what basis was there for cooperation? Looking at Yang Chen nodding, the faces of the dragon clan's great-grandfather and great-grandmother were filled with smiles. Following that, they did something that Lin Zhengyuan could not imagine. The dragon race's great-grandfather and great-grandmother personally refined the dragon tendon belt that Yang Chen brought over. Then, they handed it to Yang Chen right before Lin Zhengyuan's eyes. "This is for you," the great-grandmother said very seriously. "Thank you for the sincerity of that fellow you brought over. This is what you deserve." Lin Zhengyuan was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. Aside from hearing that Ao Guang had told Yang Chen the location of some of the dragon race's supreme treasures before his death, who else had heard of a dragon race personally giving away a magic treasure? In this world, from ancient times to the present, it was estimated that only Yang Chen had such an honor. Not only was Lin Zhengyuan surprised, but even Yang Chen was speechless. Ao Bing's belt made of dragon tendons was given to me just like that. However, let me say this first. Great-grandmother obviously had her own considerations. If we meet Neza, things might not be so peaceful at first. There will definitely be a fight, but this will not hinder our cooperation. I hope you can understand. Yang Chen nodded fiercely. He had never expected Neza to let the matter go so easily. Since his great-grandmother said that there would definitely be a fight, then let them fight. Anyway, whether it was the mountain river geographical map or the immortal beheading platform, there was enough space for them to fight as they pleased. This was fine as well. A fight could be considered as ending a grudge that had existed for who knew how many years. If this grudge could be resolved so easily, then Yang Chen would have done a great service. At the very least, he was able to ease the relationship between two hostile parties. Moreover, it was two hostile parties with such powerful combat strength and destructive power. This was definitely a great merit. If the dragon race wanted to fight, Neza would probably want to fight even more. Therefore, this fight would definitely happen, and it could even be very exciting. Yang Chen was even considering whether he should record the whole process and then give it to the disciples of Chunyang Palace as a benefit. Finally, one of his worries was settled. Yang Chen had basically achieved his goal of this trip. Now, Yang Chen needed to confirm how many experts the dragon race intended to send out. There were not many members of the dragon race, but there were many experts. Even if not all of them had the cultivation of Neza and Yang Chen, if the dragon race went all out, their combat strength could not be underestimated. The dragon race's great-grandmother was like a roundworm in Yang Chen's stomach. When Yang Chen rolled his eyes, she seemed to know what Yang Chen was thinking. She gave the answer directly. "We have 3 old fellows here who can help. The others can also be on the sidelines. It is good to be able to participate in such a big scene." Sure enough, the dragon race was sophisticated. They could directly send out 3 experts at the level of Neza and Yang Zhen. No wonder all the cultivators agreed that the dragon race was the most powerful race in terms of cultivation. They deserved their reputation. There were so many human cultivators, but only a few outstanding ones appeared. However, the total number of the dragon race was less than 200, and they had 3 top experts. This kind of success rate was far from what ordinary races could compare with. With the addition of the 3 new forces of the dragon race, Yang Chen felt that the plan to capture the Big Kuan alive could be carried out. Moreover, the news that the dragon race was willing to reconcile with Neza needed to be conveyed to Neza. However, Yang Chen almost forgot that Neza had his own request. "Well, I'm really sorry." Yang Chen could only touch the back of his head and pretend to be a junior. Of course, he was a junior in fact. He said to the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon race, "Neza actually has a small request." "I knew it." The great-grandmother smiled. "He won't give in so unconditionally. Tell us about it. It's not troublesome. It doesn't matter if we agree. It's not a big deal." Yang Chen hurriedly replied, It's just that Neza has been living in the Dragon Palace for a long time. He thinks that my 5 elements Dragon Palace is very good, so, sure. For the dragon race, refining 5 dragon palaces together into a 5 elements dragon palace was not a big deal. It only took a few hundred years for a Shen immortal to refine one. At the level of the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon race, they could actually refine one 5 elements dragon palace in a short time. Neza likes to live in the dragon palace. This is actually a recognition of us. The great-grandmother understood very well, so she spoke more happily. This also shows that he really wants to put an end to the past. This is a good thing for everyone. Now, Yang Chen was completely relieved. This matter had been resolved. Except for the last battle, there were no other major problems. The dragon race was very straightforward. Since they had agreed to Yang Chen, they did not procrastinate. Without another word, they left with Yang Chen. Lin Zhengyuan was taken aback by this kind of clear-cut and efficient manner. This was the future of the dragon race in the immortal world. Were they going to pin their hopes on a what-if? The more it was like this, the more interested Lin Zhengyuan was in the idea of independence from the 3 realms. He urgently needed to meet up with his father and talk about this in detail. However, before deciding on these important matters, there was one thing that he had to witness. It was the battle between the dragon race experts and Neza. It would have been fine if he did not know about it in the past. Now that he knew there was such a battle and he could watch it, Lin Zhengyuan was not willing to miss it. Chapter 26:18. Many people, including Lin Zhengyuan, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and even Yang Chen's wives and concubines, had imagined that Neza would fight with these experts of the dragon tribe, especially their great-grandfather and great-grandmother, after knowing the reason. But they had never thought it would be like this. The great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon tribe, the 2 most respected elders of the dragon tribe, were like 2 amiable middle-aged men. They walked towards Neza, who did not have a strong desire to fight. Both of them even had smiles on their faces. Yang Chen could swear that he had never seen Neza smile like this in the hundreds of years he had been with Neza. It was as if he had let go of a big stone in his heart. Perhaps in Neza's mind, the conflict with the dragon tribe was not as easy as it seemed to others. At least, Yang Chen knew how powerful these experts of the dragon tribe were. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers. It was normal that Neza was not easy. Now it seemed that there was a possibility of reconciliation between the 2 sides. But when they spoke, it was unbelievable. Did you receive the belt? With Neza's cultivation, experience, and vision, he could tell at a glance that the man and woman walking towards him were experts of the dragon tribe. Therefore, he asked about the dragon tendon belt. But his tone was normal, as if he had asked someone to bring them a gift instead of a Dharma treasure made from the body of a member of the dragon group. Thanks to you, I received it. This time, it was the great-grandfather of the dragon tribe who spoke. Yang Chen could not tell whether it was the great-grandfather or the great-grandmother who was in charge of the dragon tribe. Maybe the great-grandfather was in charge of the external affairs, and the great-grandmother was in charge of the internal affairs. The tone of the great-grandfather of the dragon tribe was also very amiable. His words revealed a sense of intimacy, as if Neza was not the enemy who killed Ao Bing, but a distant relative who had not seen each other for many years. They had even asked someone to send gifts to each other. It was very unbelievable. So, is the 5 elements dragon palace I want ready? Neza did not seem to know the ways of the world at all. How could he take the initiative to ask for a gift as soon as they met? Even if it was one of his conditions, he should not have mentioned it at this moment. It was very embarrassing. However, the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon tribe did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they thought it was normal. Extraordinary people had extraordinary abilities. Neza was obviously extraordinary. Of course, it's rare for you to be in such a good mood, so we specially made one for you. Great-grandmother opened her mouth and presented a beautiful ball with both hands. Needless to say, this was the 5 elements dragon palace that they had refined together along the way. Thank you. When Neza said that, Yang Chen once again wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Neza actually thanked him in person. If Yang Chen was like this, the others were even more dumbfounded. Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin couldn't believe their ears and eyes either. However, they both acted calmly and didn't act as exaggeratedly as they thought. However, Ancestor Lu and Yang Jian seemed to have expected it. Neither of them said anything and just watched from the side. Yang Chen. Neza spoke again, this time to Yang Chen, let me borrow your place and your woman. I want to have a few drinks with my friends from the dragon tribe. After speaking to Yang Chen, without waiting for Yang Chen's reply, Neza turned to his great-grandfather and great-grandmother and explained with a smile, don't get me wrong. This guy's woman is excellent at cooking, brewing wine, and brewing tea. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Since Neza said so, could Yang Chen still refuse? He turned around and gave Gao Yu a look. Gao Yu immediately led the girls to take care of it. Of course, it was not just to entertain the two from the dragon tribe, but also to entertain all the masters present. After eating and drinking, Neza once again proposed to borrow Yang Chen's place. But this time, he borrowed the immortal slaying stage. Although the Mountain River geographical map could withstand the battle between Neza and the masters of the dragon tribe, as long as there was a battle, there would definitely be damage. Neither Yang Chen nor the dragon tribe wanted to see the dragon tribe's treasure damaged for no reason. Therefore, the immortal slaying stage was the only choice. In particular, the immortal slaying stage could suppress the cultivation of any master except Yang Chen to the level that Yang Chen wanted to suppress. This was enough to let Neza and the masters of the dragon tribe not worry about serious injuries and injuries caused by their battle. It was a very suitable place for fighting. Only Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin were extremely surprised. They knew that Yang Chen was refining the immortal slaying stage, but they only knew that it was a part of it. They didn't expect that Yang Chen could already control the immortal slaying stage so well. However, it was indeed a great surprise to be able to visit the immortal slaying stage in his lifetime. The dragon tribe had no objection to this arrangement. Their main purpose was to help Yang Chen kill the big Kuan, not to fight with Neza here. They fought to eliminate the accumulated resentment of the past, not to fight to the death. Neza was fighting with the ancestor of the dragon tribe. Although there were many masters of the dragon tribe, they were not so despicable that they would swarm him together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ancestor of the dragon tribe showed his dragon body, then controlled several magic treasures of the dragon tribe and fought with Neza. Yang Chen had seen the battle between masters like Yang Jian and Neza, but was it too much to see such a battle? As for the others, including Ancestor LV, Madame Bai, the maidservants, Yang Jian, Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin, Yang Chen's family, Lin Zhengyuan, and other members of the dragon tribe, they all stared at the man and the dragon in the battle, for fear of missing any detail. Both sides suppressed their cultivation to the level of an infinite stage true immortal. The intensity of the battle was an eye-opener for everyone. Except for Yang Jian, who had fought in the immortal slaying stage for 500 years, no other master had the chance to fight with such a well-matched opponent without worrying about any casualties, including Ancestor LV. Without any worries, both sides fought with all kinds of ultimate moves. While the spectators were extremely excited, both sides also benefited a lot from the battle. Sometimes, no matter how many thoughts one had in one's mind, it was not as good as a real battle to verify the error of one's thinking. Even if one knew it, one had to do it. In the beginning, Neza had the absolute upper hand. After all, he had the experience of fighting to his heart's content after suppressing his cultivation for 500 years, and he suppressed the ancestor of the dragon tribe to the point that he could not fight back. However, as the battle went on, the ancestor of the dragon tribe gradually got used to this style of fighting, and began to gradually turn the tables. Little by little, they were evenly matched. Chapter 26:19. The battle between Neza and Great Ancestor was a rare opportunity in the eyes of everyone present. In fact, more than half of the seniors present, except for Yang Chen's family and juniors like Lin Zhengyuan, basically did not have such a chance to fight. Since the upheaval of the Heavenly Court, the Immortal Realm had basically not had a bigger war, so it was relatively peaceful. Even though Yang Chen killed nearly 100,000 cultivators along the way, it lasted for a long time and did not happen in a fierce battle. Therefore, when the experts present watched a battle of this level, they couldn't help but be tempted while they were pondering and comprehending something. In the immortal slaying platform, after Yang Chen suppressed everyone's cultivation, even the power of the 3-point double-edged saber and the fire-tipped spear was suppressed, except for the immortal slaying saber. Therefore, it was impossible for them to cause any damage to the experts at the level of true immortal. Of course, this was also the result of Yang Chen's deliberate indulgence. Under such circumstances, being able to fight to one's heart's content with opponents that were completely impossible to defeat in the past was definitely a rare experience. That was what Yang Zhen thought and did. He directly walked in front of the great-grandmother of the dragon tribe and challenged her. Yes, watching the battle between Neza and Great Ancestor, Yang Zhen was itching to fight. His great-grandmother, who was also itching to fight, agreed to Yang Zhen's challenge without hesitation. Of course, in her words, it was not a challenge, but a competition. Not long after the battle between Yang Zhen and his great-grandmother began, the third expert of the dragon tribe, a senior who was at the same level as his great-grandmother, challenged Ancestor LV. Ancestor LV was also itching to fight, so he laughed and joined the battle. Seeing these top experts fighting, the others could not sit still. Anyway, they had suppressed their cultivation to the early stage of true immortal. Except for the juniors like Yang Chen's family and Lin Zhengyuan, Old Ao, and Ao Lai, the others were far beyond this level. Therefore, Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin challenged several experts of the dragon tribe, and everyone fought together. In the end, except for the juniors such as Yang Chen, basically all the seniors who had surpassed the early stage of true immortal realm had entered the battlefield. At this time, no one could tell who was whose opponent or whose friend. As long as there was a figure in front of them, they would immediately attack, and the one being attacked didn't care who the attacker was, they only cared about fighting. Just like that, the battle quickly turned into a mess. It was an unimaginably exhilarating battle. Regardless of whether they were friends or enemies in the past, whether they were humans, dragons, or demons, whether they were from the Dao sect, the demon sect, or the demonic sect, or the demonic cultivators, everyone's identity was the same now. They were just members of the battle, and all they had to do was fight. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, when all the cultivators were feeling carefree, Yang Chen's voice suddenly rang out, "Why don't we work together? We can't just scatter like this when we're fighting a Kuan." His words woke everyone up. Then, LV Zhu, Yang Zhen, Neza, and the three top experts of the dragon tribe took turns to be the common target. As long as they became the target, Yang Chen would loosen the suppression on their cultivation, so that they could have the strength of the middle stage of true immortal realm. He could suppress everyone's strength and let them practice their joint power. No one expected that Yang Chen's suggestion would turn out like this. In the end, it took them 10 years just to familiarize themselves with this kind of fighting method. During these 10 years, Yang Chen's family was like the servants of all the seniors here, serving them attentively. Finally, they were familiar with all kinds of cooperation methods, and they were completely satisfied with the battle. Neza and the few experts of the dragon tribe, in particular, had completely dispelled the accumulated resentment in the past through this battle. However, this did not come without a price. At least, Yang Chen knew that at the beginning, Neza had beaten his ancestor a lot. Later, when there was a chance, Neza was severely beaten by a group of experts of the dragon tribe. If he had not been the incarnation of a lotus and had a mortal body, he would have been bruised so badly that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. Both sides used this method to get rid of each other. Both felt happy and did not feel angry. It was a very good result. Both sides thanked Yang Chen for providing such a platform. After this time, Neza and the experts of the dragon tribe talked and laughed freely, as if they had been friends for many years. It was not until this moment that LV Zhu began to introduce to everyone the situation of the Kuan that he had personally learned about, as well as the preparation work to capture it alive. It must be mentioned that this time, the Kuan was beyond everyone's expectation, except for Yang Chen. Everyone knew about the Kuan, and they also knew that it was definitely a big guy, at least hundreds of thousands of miles in radius. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate a complete Chunyang palace. In fact, an adult Kuan was much bigger than this, at least 10 times. Some cultivators and aborigines lived on the back of a Kuan all their lives, But they did not know that they were actually living on the back of a living creature. They thought that this was the understanding of ordinary Kuan, but the fact that LV told them was still beyond everyone's expectations. This Kuan was different. At least in terms of size, it was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary adult Kuan. In total, it was a huge body with a radius of nearly 10 million miles. This was no longer a problem of letting go of a sect. Even if they did nothing, it would take several years or even longer to travel from one side of the Kuan's back to the other side. This was only in terms of size, not strength at all. The strength of a Kuan was largely related to its size. The bigger its size, the stronger its strength. This one was obviously ridiculously strong. A wild great demon was obviously one of the most representative, and it was a super strong one. This was also the most important reason why LV dared not say that he would be able to capture it alive, even with the help of Yang Jian and Neza. Thankfully, they now had the 3 patriarchs of the dragon tribe, as well as the slightly weaker Heavenly Lord Ju and Marshal Lin. At the same time, there were a few dozen members of the dragon tribe whose cultivation bases were only slightly above theirs. One had to know that there were also Madame Bai and thousands of maidservants, as well as the trusted experts of Ju Tianjun and Marshal Lin, who were supporting them on the periphery. All in all, it should be enough to capture this guy alive. However, before they took action, they still had to do some very important preparatory work. Capturing a Kuan alive was not an easy task. It was not enough to rely on brute force and tyrannical experts. They also needed the help of a formation, and at the same time, a particularly suitable environment to support it. Chapter 2620. The shell was tens of millions of miles wide, and this was just the shell. The other parts of the body were not included. Just this size alone was enough to show that no ordinary place could fit it. If the war started in the immortal realm, the movement caused by it would definitely be felt by most practitioners. The major sect would never give up this great opportunity to let Chunyang Palace enjoy the benefits alone. Therefore, the battlefield must be chosen in a suitable place. Without a doubt, a sufficiently large cave abode was the best battlefield. Since he had to choose the cave dwelling space, then no matter which one it was, he couldn't avoid the Mountain River geographical map. The Mountain River geographical map could be said to be the best cave abode magic treasure in the entire immortal world. There was no other reason, because the Mountain River geographical map absorbed and merged the 2 complete realms, and it brought its own heavenly tribulation. It had its own set of heavenly Tao operating rules. Although it wasn't complete, it already had the embryonic form of an independent 3 realms. This was also one of the reasons why the Dragon Clan had placed such a heavy bet on Yang Chen. The space of the Mountain River geographical map was enough to accommodate the huge body of the Great Kuan. Moreover, it was strong enough to withstand the destructive power of the Great Kuan's struggle and battle. All of these met the conditions to trap the rock. The only problem was how to take the rock into the Mountain River geographical map. Now, even if Yang Chen and Gong Sunling worked together, they still did not have the strength to instantly store things within a radius of thousands of miles into the Mountain River geographical map, and the Mountain River geographical map could not be controlled by outsiders. Therefore, they must use a suitable formation to temporarily trap the Big Kuan, and then spend some time to store the Big Kuan into the Mountain River geographical map. This array formation was what Ancestor Lu and the others had to prepare first. This was definitely a big deal. After all, even the capital of the Heavenly Court only had a formation with a radius of 1 million miles, and that was the work of the Heavenly Court. A radius of 10 million kilometers was nearly 100 times larger than this. It was precisely because of this that Ancestor Lu needed a large number of experts. First of all, it was necessary to ensure that there were enough ordinary experts of no tribulation true immortal like the maidservants. Only in this way could they cover an area with a radius of 10 million miles. In this regard, the maids, Ju Tianjun, and Marshal Lin's power were enough to achieve this. After that, he had to control the formation core to control the formation. For such a huge array formation, a single array was not enough. Fortunately, there were 6 cultivators at Patriarch Lu's level of cultivation, as well as the dragons and Heavenly Cycle Lord Marshal Lin himself. They were enough to control some of the non-core formation cores. There were at least 36 formation cores in the surroundings, which were controlled by members of the Dragon Race and Ju Tianjun Marshal Lin. The 6-core formation eyes were controlled by Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the 3 ancestors of the Dragon Clan. This formation was also redesigned by Ancestor Lu according to the number of people. On this point, only Ancestor Lu and the 3rd Master of the Dragon Clan had the right to speak. The others, whether it was Yang Jian or Neza, or the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the Dragon Clan, their attainments in array formations were all a little inferior. In order to design this huge array, Ancestor Lu and the 3rd Dragon Expert directly pulled in a group of array masters they knew. Even Gong Sunling was pulled in, and began to work together. If it was such a large-scale offensive formation, then it was definitely not something that could be done by such a small number of people. Fortunately, it was just a formation to conceal movement and temporarily trap the Kuan. With so many experts forcibly suppressing it, it was not too difficult to achieve this. Of course, it was not that easy either. After at least 100 array masters deduced and calculated, the outline of the formation was finally out. This was just a simple outline of the formation, and there were many details that needed to be dealt with in detail according to the actual local conditions and the results of the investigation. Ancestor Lu did not run for nothing these past few hundred years. He had basically investigated every part of the Kuan's body without alarming it. All the mountains, rivers, geography, hydrology, and spirit veins had been detailed, and the details of the formation could be designed according to the actual information and the specific cultivation of each person in charge. Just the design of this formation had taken Ancestor Lu and the others a full 200 years. Even so, no one felt that it was a waste of time. This was a necessary investment, an absolutely necessary investment. It took another 200 years to prepare the materials and practice the formation. Finally, the preparation of the formation was complete, and the actual operation could begin. This was just the formation outside. After the Kuan was received into the Mountain River geographical map, there would be a fierce battle, which would depend on the cooperation ability of the experts inside. For this reason, many experts also practiced cooperation hundreds of times in the Beheading Immortal platform, striving for tacit understanding. During these 400 years of preparation, Yang Chen and the other juniors were not idle. 400 years was enough for Yang Chen and the others to collectively advance to a small realm again. Everyone had swallowed the heavenly Yuan pill, and the speed of their cultivation was far faster than that of ordinary cultivators. The higher the cultivation of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, the greater the power of the Mountain River geographical map, and the stronger the power of restraining the Kuan. At this point, they basically had great confidence in capturing the Kuan alive. However, the Kuan was after all a great monster, and no one knew what would happen. In the process of preparation, it was also the time agreed upon by Yang Chen and the Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world. Many disciples of the Chunyang Palace ascended from the spiritual world and joined the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world. Including the head of the palace and several elders, they all ascended for the first time. They were all the most core high-level officials, and they knew who the real ancestor of the Chunyang Palace was as soon as they entered the Chunyang Palace. When they heard that their own sect turned out to be the direct descendant of Ancestor Lu, several elders who had worked hard for the Chunyang Palace for a lifetime were overjoyed, and a big stone was put down in their hearts. They were still worried that they could not gain a foothold in the immortal world in a short time. They did not expect that Yang Chen had ascended for only 1,000 years, and the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world already had such a scene. The affairs within the sect were still handled by the head of the palace and the elders. They were the most skilled and professional. Whether it was Ancestor Lu or Yang Chen, to be honest, they did a poor job. As soon as the head of the palace took over the affairs of the sect, the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world once again showed a different face. The prosperous atmosphere had given a signal to the cultivators of the immortal world, that was, the Chunyang Palace would definitely rise. Especially when the head of the palace learned that Yang Chen was actually planning to capture a Kuan alive to build the core mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace on his body, they were shocked beyond belief. How could such a big thing be possible? However, with the help of Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and many experts of the Dragon Clan, plus the power of Marshal Ju Tianjun, the head of the palace began to look forward to it. At that time, how beautiful would the Chunyang Palace be? Chapter 26-21. Even young Jen, Neza, and the others, who had rich combat experience, were facing an extraordinary opponent that they had never seen before. The Kuan's body was too big, so big that even if all the people participating in the battle combined their divine senses, they still wouldn't be able to cover the entire Kuan's body. In other words, every expert participating in the battle couldn't see the opponent's true appearance because everyone could only see a small part of it even if they tried their best. Even if all the participating experts knew that they were standing on the body of that terrifying giant Kuan, who could tell them apart? This was clearly a normal piece of land. There were mountains, rivers, oceans, mineral deposits, spirit veins, and everything that a normal piece of land should have. Even if they fought to the death here, the land under their feet would not easily move. It was just pure land. If Yang Chen hadn't known about the Kuan in advance, even someone as strong as Ancestor Lu wouldn't have been able to discover that they were on the back of a Kuan. Of course, Yang Chen's source of information was absolutely reliable. It wasn't too far-fetched for the experts of the old heavenly court to know this little secret. But under this premise, knowing that there must be a Kuan here, Ancestor Lu still spent a few decades to personally confirm that there was indeed a Kuan here. Before this giant Kuan had lived here for countless years. Even on its back, there were countless natives and cultivators. Even if it lived normally for hundreds of generations, no one would be able to detect it. The plan was one thing, but when it was actually implemented, when every participating expert rushed to the site, they discovered that it was a completely different matter. Even the most arrogant cultivator would never have thought that one day they would treat the land under their feet as an enemy. It was a completely indescribable feeling, and it was very likely that their attacks wouldn't even be able to penetrate the outer shell of the Kuan. When the Kuan was usually still, it was almost completely lifeless. Divine senses couldn't detect it, let alone the naked eye. Even the best experts with good eyesight couldn't see everything in a single glance. Everyone could only see the land, and not even a trace of the enemy could be found. When he thought about how he, a dignified top-notch expert of the immortal world, was only facing an insignificant small part of the Kuan's body, even the most powerful expert would feel insignificant. "I think I'll improve after this battle," Neza said before he parted ways with young Jen. After understanding his own insignificance, it was indeed an opportunity for him to improve himself. Neza had been waiting for this battle for many years. Same to you. Young Jen also looked into the distance. When he thought about the Kuan's body as far as his eyes could see, he couldn't help but feel proud. In fact, it wasn't just young Jen, Neza, Ancestor Lu, the three ancestors of the Dragon Clan, and the other participating experts were excited. They could all see the signs of a breakthrough. The only prerequisite was that they could defeat this giant Kuan that they couldn't fully understand. Yang Chen knew that this great Kuan was because of the memories of his previous life. Before he was reborn, this great Kuan had been reborn into a great Peng because of a great opportunity, causing the entire immortal world to shake. Because of this, countless cultivators were implicated. Not long after the Kuan transformed into a Kuan, the incident with old Demon Yi happened. Most of the 10,000 tribulation true immortals were chasing after the Kuan, so old Demon Yi, who had only ascended for a few thousand years, could dominate the immortal world. In the end, the heavenly court had to send a team of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals to eliminate him. It could be said that the reason why old Demon Yi could wreak havoc in the immortal world was because the Kuan had attracted the attention of almost all the experts. Yang Chen only knew that this was the connection, but he didn't know if there were other implications. But knowing this was enough. At least, Ancestor Lu found the Kuan thousands of years in advance and started to design it. The distribution was so wide that it was not easy for every cultivator to find their exact location even if they had practiced it many times. After all, it took 400 years from the beginning of the design to the completion of the practice. During these 400 years, the landscape of the mountains and rivers had more or less changed, and the formation should have been slightly adjusted. Thus, the fine-tuning on the spot took another 50 years before the formation could be considered to be truly completed. Now, they were waiting for the selected auspicious day to arrive, and at a specific time, everyone would start at the same time. It was not that they didn't want to have a unified command, but because the scope was too large, it would take many years for the order to be sent to the other side, so how could they talk about unified command? They could only agree on the time and start at the same time. Every participating cultivator was excited and eager, but not a single one of them was afraid or cowardly. Such a big scene was comparable to the change of dynasties in the heavenly court. It was really a great fortune for everyone to be able to catch up. If they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The day before the start, all the cultivators were conserving their energy and adjusting themselves to the best state. There was a burning stick of incense beside everyone, which was a magic weapon that had been refined long ago. When the incense burned out, it would be the time to start. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were also ready. They wanted to collect the Kuan into the geographical map of mountains and rivers as soon as everyone started the formation. This process sounded fast, and it was not slow in imagination, but it would take at least a few months to do it. During this period, there couldn't be too big of a change, otherwise everything would be for naught. In order to prevent accidents, Ancestor Lu arranged at least thousands of restraining formations on the periphery, which were connected to the formation eyes on the periphery. Once there was any damage on the outside, it would affect the entire formation and keep those with bad intentions outside. In addition, the tens of millions of tribulation-perfected immortals secretly sent by the mysterious heaven sect were scattered around the Kuan. At the critical moment, they were another barrier. Anyone who dared to break into the formation would be killed without exception. However, the scope was too large, and thousands of experts couldn't completely block it. They could only do their best and leave it to fate. Not only was Yang Chen not completely confident, but even Ancestor Lu and the others were the same. This was the first time everyone had encountered such an uncontrollable situation. They believed that even if the mysterious heaven sect went all out, it wouldn't be much better than now. All everyone could do was try their best. There was only one small section of the incense left, and in another hour, it would be time to start. All the experts began to make their final preparations. All kinds of pills and magic treasures were placed in the most convenient places, waiting for the time to come. Chapter 26-22. Sure, the moment the incense burned out, all the masters who were staring at the incense all activated the formation eyes that they were in charge of. The formation that was spread out for thousands of miles was instantly activated, and the entire area seemed to pause for a moment. Countless faint lights flickered, and then disappeared without a trace. All the cultivators and natives within the range of the formation were surprised to find that their bodies seemed to suddenly be surrounded by an incomparably viscous thing, firmly trapping their bodies. No matter how they struggled, it was as if they were trapped in a quagmire. At most, they could only slowly move, but could not move like normal. Not only the natives and cultivators, but the entire area, from the sky to the abyss, was completely enveloped. Tens of thousands of miles underground was covered, and the entire space seemed to have slowed down in an instant. Boom, a heaven-shattering and earth-shattering movement began to appear, but this miraculous scene, which was like the end of the world, also became slow motion, and the entire earth began to slowly tremble. What kind of miraculous scene was this? Even though they knew that this was the movement of the giant Kuan within the formation, everyone was still stunned by this earth-shattering scene. It was just a living creature. How could it cause such a terrifying impact? Ordinary natural disasters would at most last for a short period of time, but in front of everyone's eyes, this apocalyptic scene lasted for a whole day and night, becoming more and more intense, without the slightest sign of slowing down. Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the three old ancestors of the Dragon Clan, who were controlling the main formation eyes, did their best to balance the area they were in charge of, and after struggling for a whole day, they finally completely suppressed the abnormal movements of the giant Kuan in various areas. The giant Kuan was temporarily suppressed by the formation, unable to move much, but the six top masters also had a rare sheen of sweat on their bodies. Yang Chen, Ling, do it. Only at this moment, Ancestor Lu ordered Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had been waiting for a long time, and when they heard Ancestor Lu's order, they immediately unfolded the mountain river geographical map, and like a whale, began to swallow the giant Kuan underground. Unfortunately, the size of the big Kuan was too big, and it was a complete body. No matter how powerful the mountain river geographical map was, it could only be collected bit by bit. To outsiders, the rate of absorption seemed to be very slow, but in every breath, the geographical map of the mountains and rivers could swallow the body of the 5-kilometer-long giant kuan. The problem was that the great Leviathan's body was too big. Even if it could travel 10 miles in a single breath, it wouldn't even reach a speed of 1,000,000 miles in a straight line in a day. Based on this speed, it would take about half a year to collect all of the kuan within a radius of 10 million miles. The array formation designed by Ancestor Lu and the others could last for half a year to suppress the Great Peng. If there were no other accidents, then Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could safely collect it. And with the progress of the collection, the power of the mountain river geographical map would only become greater and greater, and the speed would also become faster and faster. Maybe it would take less than half a year to complete. The giant kuan wasn't located in the Heavenly Court's capital city, where most cultivators were gathered. Instead, it was located in an extremely remote area. Ancestor Lu and Yang Chen took everyone to rush here, and it took them tens of years to get here. This was a typical remote and desolate area, with high mountains and dense forests. Except for a small number of natives and some small cultivators, very few cultivators would be willing to come here. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. Everyone just had to stay here peacefully for half a year, and then they could enter the mountain river geographical map to fight with the great Leviathan. Even Yang Chen thought so. Even after arriving at the place, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the 3 ancestors of the Dragon Clan personally walked around and patrolled the area, but they didn't find any cultivators that could threaten everyone. One had to know that there were basically not many cultivators that could play tricks under the eyes of the 6 of them. The few measures that were arranged to prevent accidents were really just a precaution. However, accidents still happened. And it didn't happen at the beginning of the array formation, but when everyone was completely unable to stop halfway. It was not the outside that changed, but the inside of the people who participated. Ancestor Lu and Chunyang Palace were very stable, and the Dragon Clan was also a piece of iron. The problem was the subordinates of Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin. Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin had also completely turned to Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace this time, and for this reason, they did not hesitate to bring their trusted experts to participate. They were very righteous, and had no crooked thoughts. Zhu Tianjun was Yang Chen's father-in-law, and naturally stood on Yang Chen's side. Marshal Lin also knew about Lin Zhengyuan's experience, and after weighing the pros and cons, he joined this camp. There was no problem with the people above, but it didn't mean that their trusted subordinates were completely fine. Among the experts brought by the 2 of them, almost a dozen of them were disloyal. Just when everyone was trying their best to suppress the great Leviathan, they suddenly launched an attack. At any time, internal problems were the most troublesome, and the greatest harm was also brought about. This time was no exception. More than 20 experts suddenly destroyed the formation I, instantly causing a huge gap to appear in the formation that was suppressing the great Leviathan. The great Leviathan had room to struggle, and it began to struggle wildly. The gap brought about the danger of the entire formation collapsing, and everyone's expression suddenly changed. Fortunately, the 6 experts led by Ancestor Lu didn't seem to be affected at all, and were still as calm as ever. "I'm very disappointed." The one who spoke was Zhu Tianjun. He was the leader, and his subordinates controlled the formation I. Zhu Tianjun's position was also a higher-level formation I. Zhu Tianjun didn't seem surprised that his subordinates had betrayed him. Instead, there was a faint hint of regret in his tone. "I've always treated you well, and I didn't expect you to stab me in the back at a critical moment." Zhu Tianjun's voice reached the ears of all his subordinates through the formation I, including the dozen traitors. In a small isolated area, the formation I's could still communicate with each other. This was to ensure the integrity and tacit understanding of the formation. "We've never been loyal to you." The expert who led the rebellion now showed that his cultivation was at least a small realm higher than what he usually showed to everyone. He also spoke to Zhu Tianjun through the formation I. "We're just using your identity to hide." The Zhao family. Zhu Tianjun immediately understood their identities. However, he still asked, unwilling to give up. "That's right. The other replied with a smile. Unfortunately, you found out too late. The same scene played out between Marshal Lin and his dozen or so traitors, but Marshal Lin was also filled with disbelief. The Zhao family had infiltrated the Heavenly Court's capital without a sound, and they were even hiding around the important figures like them. How extravagant. Chapter 26-23. A formation with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, just to trap a giant Kuan, was really like pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. The sudden appearance of two gaps in two directions meant that there were two fatal flaws in the formation. Everyone could imagine just how terrifying a giant Kuan with a shell of tens of millions of miles in circumference was. Needless to say, the giant Kuan itself had a strong cultivation. Even if this was not taken into account, its size alone was enough to destroy the world. In the immortal realm, many grand demons did not have strong cultivation, but relied on their size and instincts to deal with the siege of many infinite tribulation true immortals with ease. This was their innate strength. The giant Kuan, who was suppressed by the formation and could not move, suddenly found that there were two gaps in the formation that bound it. If it did not struggle hard, when would it be able to? With this struggle, the whole earth began to turn upside down and the apocalyptic scene began. The area, which had been peaceful for a few months, once again fell into hell. The small Pure Yang Palace, how can we dare to covet such a great opportunity? A traitorous expert said directly, if you surrender to the Zhao family today, then forget it. Otherwise, you will all die without a corpse. For some reason, Yang Chen and Ancestor LV did not let Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin tell their subordinates what they were going to deal with at the beginning. However, this did not prevent them from discovering that it was a huge and powerful grand demon when they arrived at the scene. How dare a small Chunyang palace covet such a great opportunity? Were they really not afraid of not being able to hold on? The hidden experts of the Zhao family had secretly sent out the news, and the Zhao family also sent a large number of experts to secretly follow behind the experts of Chunyang Palace. They hung far away and hid at a safe distance. Even if Ancestor LV and the others investigated, they did not show up. When the formation was opened, everyone performed the control of the formation eyes normally. But when the experts of the Zhao family arrived, the operation of the formation reached the most critical moment and suddenly launched. Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin were both experts, and the traitorous subordinates knew this. However, after all, their status was too low, and it was not enough to know the existence of Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the dragon race. They only thought that this was the support of Pure Yang Palace by Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin. The main force must be them. This difference in perception was mainly due to the formation designed by Patriarch Lu and the others. Everyone was responsible for everything in detail, but they didn't know what the others were doing, nor did they know where they were in the formation and the key points. They only knew that they were under the command of Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin. In their eyes, this was proof that Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin were in control. This small difference in perception also led to some mistakes in decision-making. These guys who controlled the formation thought that their betrayal would bring about serious consequences. Even though it seemed to be the case, they still underestimated the terror of the 6 main formation eyes. Ancestor Lu had already considered this situation when he designed it. Of course, at that time, he did not consider the existence of spies, but made preparations for safety. He wanted to prevent a few or even dozens or more of the surrounding formation eyes from being destroyed because of the big Kuan struggle, which would affect the overall effect of the formation. However, because the area of the formation was too large, it would take almost half a day for the main formation eye to know about the gap and then uniformly adjust it. This also led to the current big battle formation seemed to have no way to deal with it at all, which let the Zhao family's undercover agents see hope. At the same time, the experts of the Zhao family who had sneaked in from the periphery were also discovered by the experts who had been waiting for a long time. These elite experts immediately joined the battle and began to snipe outside the range of the formation. The big Kuan struggled more fiercely. It was more sensitive than the experts of the Zhao family. It knew that this might be its only chance to escape, so it burst out 200% of its strength to struggle. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed to be supporting the failure of the Chunyang Palace's operation. For the Zhao family, The failure of the Chunyang Palace was not terrible, as long as the big demon did not move. No one seemed to be worried about this. With the big demon's size, even if it wanted to leave, it would not be easy. Therefore, at this moment, what everyone had to do was to destroy the opportunity of the Chunyang Palace. It was best to capture all the experts of the Chunyang Palace in one fell swoop, and then the Zhao family could send more experts to repeat what the Chunyang Palace had done and capture the big demon in one fell swoop. The Zhao family sent a lot of people to the periphery, and it was a concentrated force. The experts sent by the Shentian sect who were patrolling the periphery were soon defeated and began to retreat one after another. These experts had been given to Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace by the Shentian sect. They were all loyal disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen was reluctant to let them die. He gave them instructions in advance that if they could fight, they should fight. If they could not fight, they should run away. They must not play the hero and throw away their lives. However, in the eyes of the Zhao family, this retreat was a rout. In particular, when they did not retreat in other directions, but retreated into the formation that was turning the sky and earth upside down, it made the Zhao family think that they had panicked and did not choose where to go. The hope of success was in front of them. The experts who had avoided the eyes and ears of Ancestor Lu swarmed up and rushed into the formation. The current scene of turning the sky and earth upside down was not big enough. Everyone was an expert, and they could still see that the formation was barely resisting. What they had to do was to completely destroy the formation and tear a bigger hole, so that the big demon's resistance would be greater, and these guys from the Chunyang Palace would be devoured by the formation. Everything was calculated, and everything was going according to their plan, but suddenly, the situation changed. Under the coordination of the main formation eye controlled by Ancestor Lu and other experts, the peripheral formation eyes in several nearby directions began to disperse their power to suppress the chaos here. The design of the formation had a margin, and it was impossible to be just right, so the experts of the Zhao family who rushed in directly hit the strongest iron plate. When the formation began to suppress and restrain the big Kuan again, the experts of the Zhao family and the rebels who rushed in were dumbfounded. If even such a terrifying big Kuan could be suppressed by the formation, they would simply be sending themselves to their deaths. Although the Zhao family had dispatched more than 5,000 experts at one time, within this range of tens of millions of miles, 5,000 people could not even see a shadow. The overbearing and peerless formation directly suppressed the rebels and the experts who rushed in later, suppressing them to the point that they could not move. The Zhao clan's miscalculation this time was entirely due to the fact that Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin's subordinates didn't know what was going on. As a result, more than 5,000 experts who rushed in didn't even have a chance to fight. Chapter 26-24. The huge formation showed its power again, completely suppressing the struggle of the giant Kuan. The gap in the formation was quickly repaired under the coordination of the main formation eye. The earth-shattering scene only lasted for 6 hours before everything calmed down again, as if nothing had happened before. If it were not for the landforms that had changed a lot, no one would believe that it was a doomsday scene just now. The Zhao family suffered a great loss this time. They lost more than 5,000 experts for no reason. Even the undercover agents hidden in Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin were exposed, but they got such a result. The guy in charge of the Zhao family almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the loss of 5,000 experts was not a big deal for the Zhao family. They knew that Chunyang Palace had sent out thousands of experts this time, and there were 3,000 to 4,000 patrolling in the periphery, so the total number of experts they brought out this time was far more than that number. In addition to destroying the plan of Chunyang Palace, the Zhao family also planned to subdue the giant Kuan. How could they not have enough experts? Moreover, they only sent out some small fries at the beginning. Among the 5,000 experts, there were at most 2,000 infine tribulation true immortals, and the rest were just Zenith Heaven golden immortals. It was far from enough to hurt the Zhao family. Knowing that the formation of Chunyang Palace was powerful, they would be fools if they went in stupidly. The experts of the Zhao family were not fools, so they began to study the formation carefully. After all, the reason why Chunyang Palace could win was that the formation was powerful. As long as this formation was broken, they could get everything back. Whether it was subduing the giant Kuan or trapping the experts of the Zhao family, it was all because of this formation. The formation was the focus of everyone's attack. Among the experts brought out by the Zhao family, there were also many experts in formation. When Chunyang Palace had just suppressed the situation, the Zhao family had already begun to observe and measure the formation on the periphery. The formation was so big that it covered a radius of thousands of miles. It was impossible to see the whole picture. The only thing the Zhao family could do was to find a flaw in the formation, attack it with all their strength, and destroy the integrity of the formation. As long as the array formation was destroyed, the Great Fei would retaliate. The scene of the Great Kuan struggling not long ago was still fresh in everyone's mind, so they naturally understood this principle. There was no array formation that was completely flawless. It all depended on whether everyone had studied it deeply enough. Therefore, the real formation that trapped the Great Kuan also had its flaws. After all, it had only been designed and arranged by Ancestor Lu and the others for hundreds of years. Moreover, there were thousands of people operating the formation. As long as one was human, it was inevitable that they would make mistakes. The Zhao clan's array formation experts were very lucky. It only took them less than 2 months to find the flaws of the 2 array formations. One was that the array formation itself was not strong enough, and the other was the problem of the cultivator controlling the array formation. Both of these flaws could affect the array formation. The master of the Zhao clan did not say anything and attacked from both sides. Seeing that the Chunyang Palace was about to be completed, it seemed that in a month's time, the great demon would probably be collected into the mountain river geographical map. At that time, the Zhao family would completely lose the opportunity. For now, they could only take a risk. This time, the Zhao family sent out real experts. They were not those infinite tribulation true immortals that could be found easily. Instead, they were elites who were almost as good as Marshal Lin, the Lord of Heaven. Moreover, more than 2,000 of them were sent out at once. In addition, there were more than 3,000 ordinary tribulation true immortals, which added up to another 5,000 masters. The Zhao clan seemed to know that as long as Yang Chen took action, there would be a big scene. In particular, Yang Chen and the Chunyang Palace had prepared for this in the Chunyang Palace for hundreds of years in advance. After coming here, it had taken them 100 or 200 years to prepare for this operation. It was definitely a good thing that was worthy of using their trump card. Therefore, the elite experts that the Zhao clan brought out this time accounted for less than half of the Zhao clan's elites in the divine realm. It could be said that the Zhao clan attached absolute importance to Yang Chen. This time, the experts of the Zhao clan found the right direction and the right breakthrough point. Compared with the dozens of traitors who messed around before, they were many times more efficient. Directly targeting the 2 flaws, they used their strongest power and attacked the fastest and most ruthlessly. The main goal of the formation designed by Ancestor Lu was to trap the giant Kuan and suppress its resistance. In other aspects, especially in the aspect of protection, it could only be achieved in an ordinary way. It could not be compared with a professional protection formation at all. Under the concentrated attack of the Zhao clan's elite experts, the formation in the direction of their attack was immediately cut open. The expert in charge of controlling the formation eye did not even have a chance to resist, and the formation eye was directly broken. As a last resort, they could only flee quickly. This was not cowardice, but Yang Chen had already told them to evacuate immediately in such a situation. Yang Chen would not let the Chunyang Palace and the cultivators who helped them pay the price with their lives for a giant Kuan. The way to evacuate was also very simple. As long as they used a simple magic formula, they could immediately enter the mountain river geographical map. In order to capture the giant Kuan, the mountain river geographical map had been stretched to its maximum limit, and these experts could enter at any time. One formation eye was broken, and the experts of the Zhao clan did not have time to cheer. They immediately followed the established plan, still focusing on the 2 flaws, and then attacked the next formation eye. War was about going all out in one go, and the battle was also about going all out. The Zhao clan was now using such a method. No matter who was in front and how strong the formation was, as long as the most elite experts took turns to attack, a hole was a hole. Under the Zhao clan's relentless assault, A series of outer true eyes were quickly breached. If there were only 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 true eyes, the formation would not have much trouble, and it would only take a few hours to recover. But the Zhao clan obviously did not intend to give the formation of Chunyang Palace a chance to recover. Along the way, they did not stop attacking. Before the first true eye was broken and the remedial measures were taken, they had broken dozens of formation eyes. What followed was a chain reaction. A few days later, the number of formation eyes that the Zhao clan had broken had reached nearly 200. The array's eye that had been destroyed was lined up in a large area. Even if Patriarch Lu and the others wanted to completely repair it, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as a corner of the array formation completely collapsed. A small part of the Great Kuan's body was already exposed outside the array formation. We miscalculated. At this point, Ancestor Lu could only sigh and send the news to Neza, Yang Jian, and the 3 Dragon Clan ancestors. They did not expect that the Zhao clan would send so many experts, which was unexpected. Of course, the culprits were the undercover experts of the Zhao clan. Without them, the Zhao clan would not have known about this operation. Chapter 26-25. It was inevitable that the Zhao family would break the array. It was only a matter of time. Although Ancestor Lu and others knew that failure was inevitable, they still tried their best to maintain the array. At this time, if they could hold on for a while, Yang Chen would have more time to collect the Big Kuan. As long as most of the body of the Big Kuan could be taken into the mountain river geographical map, even if the Big Kuan struggled, it would not be so easy to escape. Everyone's purpose this time was to collect the Big Kuan into the mountain river geographical map and then subdue it. Everything else could be ignored. As for those arrogant fellows from the Zhao family, they dared to make such a big mess when Ancestor Lu, Neza, Yang Jian, and the 3 great ancestors of the Dragon Clan were presiding over the formation. Now that they were still presiding over the formation, they couldn't do anything to them. However, when the formation was no longer maintained, they would show them who the famous god of slaughter was. It was strange to say that the hole became bigger, but the struggle of the Big Kuan almost did not appear at all. It was a very strange situation. But the more it was like this, the happier the masters of the Zhao family, especially the core master. This showed that the suppressed big demon already understood that he could not get rid of the array by resisting a few times. The more he did not move, the more it showed that he was accumulating strength, waiting for the final counterattack. Ancestor Lu and others were also facing a great enemy. The previous few times the Big Kuan had repeatedly struggled, but this time the hole was bigger, but he did not move. It seemed that he was also a smart guy. Perhaps if they could not suppress the Big Kuan this time, it would not be easy to find another opportunity in the future. If they did not want to have future troubles, they could only kill it, which would be a big loss. The Zhao family had already felt that hope was in front of them and accelerated the process of the attack. The morale of the group of elites was greatly boosted, as if they had already seen that the big demon would immediately escape with their help, and then be grateful to them. The inside of the mountain river geographical map that everyone did not see was another scene. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had been working hard to collect the Big Kuan, but the previous series of changes made the Big Kuan struggle frantically, so that the original calculation of about half a year to collect the Big Kuan now took longer. However, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were lucky. The direction in which they began to collect happened to be the direction of the head of the Big Kuan. A few months' time was enough to collect most of the Kuan's head and a small part of its body into the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen was very clear about what happened in the array formation. Similarly, he quickly received news of Ancestor Lu's decision. The Zhao family's timing was too good, so much so that Ancestor Lu's hundreds of years of planning fell short at the last moment. It could be assumed that Ancestor Lu was currently enraged. It seemed that failure was inevitable, but Yang Chen still wanted to fight for it. There weren't many opportunities outside. Even LV Zhu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the 3 great ancestors of the dragon tribe couldn't do anything about it. Yang Chen couldn't help much either. He wanted to see if there were any opportunities from the inside. No matter how many methods were used to suppress and capture the Great Kuan, no matter how many experts were sent to suppress it, it was not as effective as the Great Kuan coming willingly. Yang Chen's mind was spinning frantically as he tried to recall the situation of this koan from his previous life. Because its size was 100 times larger than an ordinary great koan, it was 100 times more difficult to grow than an ordinary great koan. This was just like Yang Chen's practice of the golden body technique. Spiritual power of 10 attributes was definitely much more difficult than 1. What could attract the attention of the great koan? What could make the great koan voluntarily enter the mountain river geographical map? Yang Chen had no memory of this in his mind. However, it was an indisputable fact that this great koan had always wanted to break through and transform into a great rock. He could only think of a way from this. Brother Koan, I have a batch of heavenly essence elixirs condensed by the life essence of an innumerable tribulation true immortal. It should be of some benefit to your cultivation. I wonder if Brother Koan would like to accept it. In the mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen began to tempt the great koan. With this level of cultivation, the great koan definitely had its own wisdom, so Yang Chen used this way of communication. He believed that the great koan would definitely be able to hear and understand. This was in the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen's voice could easily resound in any corner. This is your purpose. A thunderous voice sounded in the immortal realm of the mountain river geographical map. The great koan finally opened his mouth and spoke. He hadn't made a single sound when he was here before. However, even if he spoke, his words were still full of resentment. No matter who it was, he had been quietly crawling here for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Suddenly, a group of masters came to make him comfortable with a formation and put him into a cave residence magic treasure. Moreover, it was a very unwarranted act, so he would be so angry. That's not it. Yang Chen hurriedly replied. As long as the great koan was willing to communicate, everything would be fine. I was wrong before. I always wanted to use Brother Koan's body to settle down the disciples of my sect, but I offended Brother Koan for no reason. I'm sorry. You also know that it was unwarranted. The great koan's angry voice was like thunder, echoing countless times in the immortal realm of the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen and the others knew that it was unwarranted, but they still attacked. How could the great koan not be angry? There was no way to communicate before. Yang Chen appropriately expressed his apology and also expressed his previous helplessness. Only in this situation can we communicate normally, isn't it? What can you offer? The great koan's loud voice was heard again. He began to ask Yang Chen about his bargaining chip. If it's just the primordial heaven elixir that you mentioned, then forget it. I can eat thousands of true immortals. The effect is definitely better than your elixir. I can provide you with a place to stay. Yang Chen suddenly said with inspiration, I can guarantee that Brother Koan will be safe and sound here until you successfully transform into a great rock. What do you have to guarantee? This space magic treasure? The great koan was very disdainful. He said to the sky, you are not even as good as a half-realm, and you want to protect me? Do you think I don't understand? Do you want to rely on me to open up a realm? The great koan could open up a realm? It was the first time that Yang Chen heard about it. But now, looking at the huge size of the great koan, Yang Chen was a little skeptical. Not to mention other things, just this size alone, as long as it could successfully stay in a space magic treasure, it could promote the rapid growth of the space magic treasure. Why was the Zhao family so proactive? Could it be because of this reason? In his previous life, Yang Chen did not know why the masters of the heavenly court went back to besiege the great rock that the great koan had transformed into. But if it was related to the Zhao family and the half-realm of divinity, it seemed to be completely explainable. Chapter 26-26. He picked up a treasure. Yang Chen's heart was filled with surprise and joy at the moment. Who could have known that Big Koan had such an ability? However, at the moment, he only knew that Big Koan had this ability. The business that Yang Chen wanted to do had not yet been completed. The purpose of this large-scale operation was to subdue Big Koan and build the core mountain gate on its back. The primary purpose was to subdue it. Now it seemed that subduing it was not very possible. Next time, Big Koan would not give everyone a chance to set up a suppression array. If they did not succeed this time, they were afraid that it would be impossible again. Everything was because of the sudden attack of the Zhao family. Yang Chen was sure that those guys would not die easily. Being able to offend Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the 3 ancestors of the Dragon Clan, they would be lucky to have their bodies intact. But no matter how they killed those guys, they had to wait until after the event. The operation of Chunyang Palace would still fail. Yang Chen did not want such a result, so he took the initiative to communicate with Big Kuan. Originally, he didn't have any hope of success. After all, in his previous life, the Great Kuan had always been besieged and had never been able to communicate with a cultivator. This time, he didn't expect that he would actually succeed in communicating with the Great Kuan. As long as there was communication, there was hope for Yang Chen to reach an understanding with Big Kuan. In the past, Yang Chen took it for granted. Of course, Ancestor Lu and others had the same idea. After all, they had never heard of Big Kuan communicating with a cultivator since ancient times. In addition, Big Kuan's body was so big that even if they wanted to communicate, it would not be easy to achieve. That was, Yang Chen could control the world in the Mountain River geographical map, and most of Big Kuan's head and body were in the Mountain River geographical map, which allowed Yang Chen's meaning to be accurately conveyed to Big Kuan's mind. Otherwise, if one did not want to cause an earth-shattering movement, communicating with Big Kuan would be a joke. Even if there was a possibility of communication, perhaps only a master at the level of Ancestor Lu could talk to Big Kuan on an equal footing. If it was replaced by someone with a lower cultivation, they would probably be swallowed directly by Big Kuan, and nothing would be left. Just now, Big Kuan casually said that swallowing thousands of masters was useless. It was definitely not a lie. Big Kuan was definitely qualified to say this. Moreover, Big Kuan was probably telling the truth. Thousands of masters were not enough to raise his cultivation to the point of transforming into Big Kuan, let alone Tianyuan pills. Tianyuan pills would at most work faster, but the overall effect would never exceed a large number of cultivators. Tianyuan pills. At this moment, Yang Chen also knew that he couldn't delay it for too long, so he directly asked the Great Leviathan what are the conditions. Big Chen said, "You have breath." Sure enough, the Great Kuan wasn't polite at all and immediately stated his needs. "If you can find me a large piece of growing soil, I can forget about your previous rudeness." The Big Kuan wasn't a fool. He usually crawled here without saying a word. It wasn't because he didn't want to move, nor was it because he didn't want to talk. Instead, as long as he moved, as long as he spoke, he would attract a fatal disaster. Before becoming a Great Peng, the Great Kuan's huge body was the biggest target. Originally, if it was a normal size, the Big Kuan might have enough agility to avoid these attacks. However, its body was simply too big. It was so big that it could only float on this side of the ocean without saying a word or moving. The Mountain River geographical map gave Big Kuan a little hope. If he could successfully open up a space, he could live freely in it. Even if he didn't transform into a Great Peng, he wouldn't have to worry. It just so happened that he had detected the scent of the living soil from Yang Chen's body, so he took this opportunity to make his request. Breathing soil? Yang Chen was taken aback. Of course, Yang Chen had breathing soil, but it was only a few dozen jin worth of breathing soil flying sword. Now that the breathing soil flying sword had been completely refined into the immortal beheading saber, how could it be easily separated? Moreover, even if it could be separated, wouldn't his great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword be missing a corner? It was just the aura of breathing soil. Yang Chen looked at the huge body of Big Kuan and suddenly thought of the huge space in the devil realm and the demon realm that grew crazily because of the absorption of devil chi and demon chi. That should also have the aura of breathing soil. He didn't know if it was suitable for Big Kuan. Are these okay? Time was tight. Yang Chen couldn't care about anything else. He directly let the third primordial spirit appear in front of Big Kuan. However, because of the barrier of the 3 realms, the third primordial spirit could only let Big Kuan see and feel its aura, but it couldn't directly touch it. Boom, in the Mountain River geographical map, a place with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles on the body of the Big Kuan, which had been collected inside, suddenly shook violently. When all the movement stopped, Yang Chen discovered that it was just an eye of the big Kuan, and the movement just now was just the big Kuan opening its closed eyelid. The place where the earth shook and the mountains shook was just the land deposited on Big Kuan's eyelid. There was a way. Big Kuan's third primordial spirit immediately showed the distribution of breathing soil in Devil Realm and Demon Realm in front of this eye of Big Kuan. The huge space was already far more than a radius of millions of miles. It was definitely more than 100 times, thousands of times, and tens of thousands of times. You have 2 complete realms? Yang Chen thought that Big Kuan would directly tell him about the breathing soil, but he didn't expect that Big Kuan would say this after seeing this scene. Yes. Yang Chen replied. The entire immortal realm was filled with a loud sound, so that Big Kuan could hear it clearly. I want all the space that grows from this breathing soil. Are you willing to give it to me? Hearing Yang Chen's answer, Big Kuan immediately asked another question. Of course, I have no problem with it. I can't wait for you to take it all. Yang Chen replied without hesitation with a bitter smile. But didn't you notice? There is so much powerful devil chi and demon chi on it. If you absorb it, I guarantee that you can directly smash the immortal realm. After all, Big Kuan was also a cultivator. As long as he was a cultivator, he would inevitably be affected by the devil chi and demon chi. All the demon chi in Devil Realm and Demon Realm had been accumulated in the 3 realms for countless years. If it was stuffed into Big Kuan's body, it would definitely cause him to explode. Those outside who are not your friends, leave them for me to make up for. Big Kuan suddenly said a deal that made Yang Chen pleasantly surprised. In addition, you have to give me all the heavenly essence pills that you mentioned just now. Also, you have to provide this breathing soil to me whenever I need it. If possible, I can promise you to build a mountain gate on my back. Deal. Yang Chen was overjoyed. What else could he say? He immediately agreed. You have a few powerful friends outside. Big Kuan immediately requested, let's cooperate. They can't kill me. Chapter 26-27. From this sentence, it could be clearly seen that the Big Kuan actually had a clear understanding of the strength of Ancestor Lu and the others. He knew that it was not easy for everyone to capture him alive, but it was easy to kill him, so the first request was not to kill him. Of course, for Yang Chen, this was not a big problem. He did not want to kill the Big Kuan in the first place, and he still wanted to use his back as the core mountain gate. How could he be willing to kill him easily? In fact, you also know that those seniors can't kill you. Yang Chen smiled and reassured the Big Kuan. What's the difference between making this request and not making it? That's not the same. Yang Chen felt that it didn't matter, but the Big Kuan felt that it was necessary. It was related to his own life, so it was better to be cautious. Those big shots have different thoughts every day. If one day they are unhappy, who knows what they will do? Okay. Yang Chen could understand the Big Kuan's thinking, and at this time, he could only agree on behalf of Ancestor Lu and the others. This did not mean that Yang Chen could make the decision for Ancestor Lu, but everyone knew what this Big Kuan was going to do in Chunyang Palace. No one would risk offending Ancestor Lu and Yang Chen at the same time to do such a laborious and unrewarding thing. From the perspective of the Big Kuan, there was indeed this risk, especially when he realized that Ancestor Lu and the others were supermasters who could kill him at any time. In order to capture him alive, they had spent hundreds of years preparing. Now that they were facing the risk of failure, he could completely imagine the killing moves of those big shots under the anger. The Big Kuan was not willing to face these big shots at this time, and he really couldn't escape. It could only be said that at the beginning, the Big Kuan still had a fluke mentality, so he had been resisting. Until this point, he suddenly realized that his resistance might have provoked a powerful person. If he had transformed into a Big Kuan, with his cultivation and speed, he would not be afraid of any cultivator, but now he was just a Big Kuan that was 100 times bigger than an ordinary Big Kuan, so he could only bow his head obediently in front of Ancestor Lu and the others. You have to swear. Originally, at this point, the two sides were basically settled. But at this moment, the Great Kuan suddenly made a request to Yang Chen. Great Heart Demon Oath. Yang Chen didn't know what was happening outside, but the Great Kuan wanted him to make a Great Heart Demon Oath. This was a good opportunity for Yang Chen, so he immediately replied, Then you also have to make a great heart demon oath. Big Kuan swore loudly without saying a word. I swear by my inner demon that I am willing to join Chunyang Palace. I am willing to carry the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace for the rest of my life and protect the safety of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen didn't know what was going on for a while. After being stunned for a while, he also swore on his inner demon that Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza wouldn't kill Big Kuan. Only after hearing Yang Chen's oath did the Great Kuan smile and relax. Yang Chen didn't know what was happening outside, but the Great Kuan did. Everything happened on the back of the Great Kuan. As long as the Great Kuan wanted to know, it would know. Just now, the people of the Zhao family had broken hundreds of array eyes and rushed to the array eyes of Zhu Tianjun and Marshal Lin, who were one level lower than Ancestor Lu and the others. At this point, there were less than 100 masters who were struggling to maintain the entire array. It was impossible to continue to maintain a complete array. It could be said that the array had been completely broken by the Zhao family. Once the array was broken, the Great Kuan could no longer be suppressed and could escape at any time. It also meant that the arrangements of Ancestor Lu and the others for 100 years had been ruined and completely useless. 6 peerless experts, Patriarch Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, the 3 patriarchs of the dragon race, and dozens of Marshal Lin, Zhu Tianjun, and the experts of the dragon race. They had put in a lot of effort for this, but now, they were all ruined. The anger of so many super masters had erupted. One could imagine how the Great Kuan felt. Can I come in now? The Great Kuan seemed a little anxious when he said this. The killing intent outside was getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't come in soon, he was afraid that he would be affected. Once Ancestor Lu and the others misunderstood that he wanted to take the opportunity to turn the tables, it would not be a good result. Of course, Yang Chen gave the Great Kuan an affirmative answer and then completely opened the geographical map to accept the Great Kuan. At this moment, the Big Kuan was a little panicked and quickly swam in. Along with the huge land on its back and a part of the huge ocean where its body was, it rushed into the mountain river geographical map abruptly and quickly. All the experts outside saw the world shake. Not long after, all the land that they had seen before completely disappeared, leaving only an empty and turbid ocean. It was unknown how long it had been since the water had seen the sun. It was pitch black and lifeless. There was not a single living thing. It was not like an ordinary ocean at all. The Zhao family was stunned. They had fought to prevent the Great Kuan from being taken by Yang Chen, but what was the current situation? While the Zhao family was stunned, Ancestor Lu and the others finally showed a little smile. It seemed that Yang Chen had successfully taken the Great Kuan. He had finally dealt with the Great Kuan before these Zhao family bastards. All that was left was to help Ancestor Lu and the others vent their anger. Previously, in order to maintain the formation, he had no time to pay attention to those clowns. Now that the only thing holding him back had disappeared, it was just the right time to vent his anger on these guys. Ancestor, leave their bodies. This disciple has promised to give the Great Kuan to him. Yang Chen's figure appeared directly not far from Ancestor Lu and said to Ancestor Lu. Then he quickly disappeared and entered the geographical map. When he appeared again, he was already next to Yang Jian. Basically, Yang Chen reminded every master at least once, lest they were too ruthless and couldn't even find the bodies. However, Yang Chen still underestimated the vigilance of the Zhao family. When they found that they could no longer stop the Great Kuan from being taken by Yang Chen, the Zhao family masters were stunned for a moment and immediately retreated under the command of the 9 masters. This was definitely not a place to stay for a long time. If they did not leave, they were afraid that they would have to face those masters who had been disturbed. After all, Ancestor Lu and the others were still far away. It would take at least a few hours to rush over from the eye of the formation. This was considered fast. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan, who was the furthest away, would probably take more than a day to rush over. However, the masters of the Zhao family were vigilant, but they did not expect the effect of the geographical map. What was even more unexpected was that the Great Kuan was full of thoughts of atoning for its crimes. Thousands of experts of the Zhao clan quickly entered a cave abode, and then, with the help of the fastest companion, they fled at the fastest speed. However, in the direction of his escape, A huge black hole with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles suddenly appeared. When he reacted, he had already plunged into it and was swallowed by the black hole. Chapter 26-28. You're just taking advantage of us. Ancestor Lu and the others couldn't help but curse when they saw the thousands of experts of the Zhao clan plunging headlong into the gigantic mouth in a panic under their immense pressure. However, they could only curse once. Because Yang Chen had already appeared in time to tell them the whole story. Even if they wanted to beat this beast up now, they couldn't do anything. What was the point of beating such a huge guy up? They couldn't kill him either. They could only watch as the guys they used to vent their anger were swallowed by him. But on the other hand, it was quite satisfying to see the guys from the Zhao family end up like this. Weren't you all arrogant before? Weren't you all domineering? Weren't you all full of fighting spirit? How about now? In the end, he was still swallowed by a beast. Moreover, this was their own beast, so it felt different. The changes to this place were simply too great. The land, spanning a radius of 5 million kilometers, had disappeared without a trace, revealing a lifeless ocean. Any cultivator, be it great yarrow or hermit cultivators, would surely pay attention to this. Even the great sects would pay attention to this place. Unfortunately, it was too late no matter how much they paid attention. Chunyang Palace had already taken the lead, obtained the biggest bargaining chip, and obtained the greatest benefits. No matter how envious those guys were, they could only look on and sigh. Thinking about it, it was a very satisfying thing. It's indeed satisfying. Neza giggled as he drank the wine. He spoke about his feelings. I used to think that it would be the best to kill people directly. But now that I think about it, it's also a very satisfying experience to do something that makes those who don't like you speechless and depressed. In the past, any Jia had always killed people. Now that he had been with Yang Chen for a long time, he had also learned Yang Chen's evil ways. He always liked to do things that made people speechless, and he never got tired of it. Now that he had gotten rid of Big Kuan, he had tasted that kind of joy. What he wanted to see now was the faces of the big sect and the heavenly court when the news spread to the capital. Since Big Kuan lowered his head and took the initiative to surrender, everyone was magnanimous enough to let him off the hook. However, this Big Kuan was also very cunning. He knew that with so many masters here, any one of them could kill him, but he saw that everyone didn't want to kill him in the first place, so he refused to immediately bow his head. Only when Ancestor Lu and the others clearly had the intention to kill him did he quickly give in. This fellow was also a master of changing the direction of the wind. Where's the big guy? Yang Jian didn't say much and directly asked about the whereabouts of the Big Kuan. That way. Yang Chen pointed in a direction. Now that the Big Kuan was willing to surrender, it naturally could enter and exit the mountain river geographical map at any time, and Yang Chen would not restrict it. However, since Yang Jian asked, he naturally had to answer, he still doesn't dare to see you, seniors. However, I think his stomach is feeling uncomfortable right now. If seniors are still not satisfied, you can go and vent your anger. His words reminded everyone that they were indeed in a bad mood. How could they hold themselves back after hearing these words? All of them flew over. It was true that the Big Kuan was big enough to swallow thousands of Zhao family experts in one gulp, but it couldn't kill them instantly. These Zhao family elites couldn't catch up to Ancestor Lu and the others in terms of cultivation, but they were at most slightly weaker than Heavenly Cycle Lord and Marshal Lin. With such a large number of them, it was more than enough to survive in the Big Kuan's stomach for a short period of time. Open your mouth. With a thought from Yang Chen, everyone appeared in front of the Big Kuan. Compared to the Big Kuan's size, everyone's bodies were less than ants in front of it. However, Yang Chen could still easily transmit his orders. Seniors, go in and help you kill them. Ah. The Big Kuan was very cooperative, and accompanied by exaggerated opening of its mouth, it caused the entire immortal realm to buzz. It opened its bloody mouth that was millions of miles wide. It had to be said that the Big Kuan's cultivation was absolutely powerful. In just a short while, half of the Zhao family experts who had been swallowed by it had died. The others were still holding on, but that was all they could do. There was no chance of escape. The remaining survivors also gathered together and set up a formation to resist bitterly. Without another word, Ancestor Lu and the others went straight for the large group of Zhao family experts. Heavenly Cycle Lord, Marshal Lin, and the others were no exception. Together with the Dragon Clan experts, dozens of them charged into the crowd and started a massacre. Everyone was in high spirits. They didn't care that they were in the Big Kuan's stomach or that they were surrounded by its body. All sorts of killing moves were unleashed, but the Big Kuan endured all of them. The Big Kuan cooperatively opened its mouth wide, not daring to move a muscle as it waited for the slaughter to be over. He knew that this was definitely because the experts were dissatisfied with his previous performance. While they were killing the Zhao family members to vent their anger, they were also giving him a small punishment. Therefore, even though his stomach was in turmoil, he didn't dare move lightly. A beating was inevitable, so he might as well accept it. Awesome. When the last Zhao family expert was killed, Ancestor Lu waved his horsetail whisk and slowly walked out of the Big Kuan's mouth. The other experts also left in different directions. The Big Kuan was so big that everyone was still far away when they came out. There's no time like the present. Since everyone is here, give me a chance to help set up a mountain gate. Ancestor Lu and these experts didn't stand on ceremony. After gathering together, they directly made their request. Anyway, after hundreds of years of getting along, they were already familiar with those who were not familiar with each other. This small request was not a problem. They got to work immediately. The Dragon Clan helped refine several Dragon Clan squares that could connect to various spiritual veins. As for the palaces and pavilions at the mountain gate, Yang Chen used several cave magic treasures to build several suitable palaces on the back of the Big Kuan. Soon, the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace rose from the ground on the back of the Big Kuan. It was unbreakable. After setting up various formations, Ancestor Lu and the others refined a batch of token magic treasures. This was the proof to enter the core mountain gate. As long as one had the token, he could enter the core mountain gate in the form of a spatial magic treasure at any time through a communication magic array that was to be set up in the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. In the future, take care of the disciples of Chunyang Palace. You will benefit greatly. Ancestor Lu was very satisfied with this incomparably safe core mountain gate. He promised the Big Kuan, "We will do our best to help you transform into a rock and help you soar into the sky as soon as possible. During this time, you can eat the live soil in the mountain river geographical map with peace of mind.